Sorry, I thought I was gonna sneeze. I coughed. Ugh. Good morning, Chips. It's fishing time. Oh, I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Okay, my sneeze isn't coming out. Good morning, Chips. It's fishing time. I'm tired, guys. The sea demons are fighting me. Is I'm extra sleepy today. So yesterday, you see, guys, I have a giant brain. I'm like really smart and intellectually stimulating. But you know, even the most smartest and intellectually even the most smartest and intellectually stimulating streamers sometimes have a lot on their plate. So, you know, I may have temporarily forgotten that it was the 10th anniversary of Embodied Orphans yesterday. It was just a temporary, I just forgot to temporarily. I would have remembered. I mean, I did remember, I just remembered too late. And so I decided a little too late to make a cover, just, you know, to celebrate. And I decided to do that at like 10:30 last night. Go check it out, guys. It's on YouTube. It's on my YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts has a policy where you can't like upload copyrighted content for more than a minute. So it is very short. What was I saying? Yeah, it is 10th anniversary mono. Go check out the Jitakatsu page on Twitter. They've been posting a lot of content. Including, you know, that new OVA thing? They made an opening for it, and Man with a Mission did the opening. Go check it out, everyone. I was gonna link it in the Gundam thread in Discord, but it's still not time. Anyway, so I recorded a really quick cover of Orphans of Namida, and well, I just did this in one take. Well, it took 3 takes because there was like people screaming in the background outside on the street, so I had to redo it like twice. But I did it all in like one go, right? And okay, that was fine. Overall, it took about 10 minutes to record. No, what took the longest was editing the damn thing. Like, adding subtitles is the bane of my existence. I really hate it, and I just hate doing that. That's like the worst part. You know, I don't mind like editing videos, like cutting, transitions, color grading, that stuff I love. And like adding effects. The thing I hate the most is adding text, subtitles. I just hate it so much. I don't know what it is, but it makes me angry. And that's what took me the longest. And then while I was doing that, I had like so many people messaging me saying, by the way, you need to fill this out, you need to do this by this date, otherwise, you know, blah blah. And like so many people going, oh, have you done this yet? Have you done that yet? It's like, I'm trying my ADHD was like, oh, I better deal with this. And then before I knew it, it struck midnight. And it wasn't the 4th anymore. I missed the 4th in Japan. You got asked out on a date today? Yes, I did. A chip asked me out on a date. A chip asked me out on a date. On a date. I did have to turn them down though. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a busy period for me. I don't really have time to go on dates. But thank you, Chips, for thinking about my my dating life. I'm very honored. Thank you very much. Guys, why are you asking me on dates? How about you date each other? Anyway, so I got distracted, started dealing with that sort of stuff, and then like it was past midnight. I was like, oh my god, I've missed the 4th. I've missed it. Well, I'm gonna upload it anyway. So the full short, which is about 2 minutes, it is on Twitter. I know you're gonna have to use Twitter, guys. I'm sorry, but you know, just use it to follow me. You don't have to do anything else on it. Gonna give him props for trying. Is it? I thought what's their name? Kevin Sky. I don't know. I thought it was a girl. I don't know why, but I thought it was a girl. I just assumed that person was a girl. See, this is why we shouldn't assume genders, guys. We don't know what they are. They could be anything. So what was I saying? So that's what I was doing last night. And then so that got done about like what, 12:30ish, midnight, and then there's something that I had to do. There's a lot of things happening this month and next month, and I have to check a lot of stuff, group project things, and I had to do some revisions to something, and obviously the person that that's doing the work on it, the editing, they are in the American time zone, so I had to stay awake until they could get on, and you know, I had to go over this thing with them, and that took about 2 hours or more. So by the time I went to sleep, it was about 3:30 maybe. So I got my 5 hours. So I don't have a stomachache. I'm not feeling nauseous or anything. I just feel tired. I just feel sleepy. I just feel like, oh, I could have done with some more sleep. Thankfully I don't feel sick, but you know, I'm still tired. Sorry, I just told you my entire life story. No, I didn't. That was just yesterday. That was just last night. That was just last night. Oh my god. All of that happened last night, guys. Okay, let me tell you what's truly been going on in my brain since the 90s karaoke that I did. I have been obsessively watching Backstreet Boys and NSYNC live show videos. Now, more than Backstreet Boys, I've been watching NSYNC. I remember when I was a kid, like 3-4 years old, I'd see NSYNC a lot, like on TV or whatever, and like, you know, I'd hear the music a lot, like passively, or my mom would play or something. But I never, because I guess I was too young, I never really like internalized, like, or understood them, or like, I guess I never really appreciated how good their music is. But more importantly, more than their music, right, it's the fact that they're really good at dancing. So I have been obsessively watching their live shows, like, because, you know, they was performing live like over 25 years ago, right? It's very hard to find videos online, but it's been strangely feeling very inspirational watching them. I don't know if you've seen them perform live. They do like amazing dances while singing, and they can keep their voices so stable while dancing like that. So a little bit of lore about myself. Let's just say I had a period of my life where I was kind of in a group, right? I was doing some singing and dancing, performing live. Let's say that what may have been a period of my life. Not in this, like, you know, in my dream, right? I had a period of my life in my dreams where I was like singing and dancing in a group. And I know how hard that is, because especially when it comes to moves where you're jumping, I've never been able to jump and keep my voice stable. I've always had like it sounds like I'm like jumping. It sounds like I'm jumping. Yeah, I used to dream about being an idol. I used to dream about it. So like in my dreams, when and obviously in real life when I practice, like say singing and dancing in my bedroom or something, right? Or in like a studio or whatever. You know, when I did dances and the dances required like jumping, my voice was like it just didn't sound stable. So the fact that I was watching them, and like, you know, especially Bye Bye Bye, right? Bye 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 has a lot of like jumping moves in it. JC, my goat. JC. Okay, I actually personally think, right? I know everyone loved JC or JT, right? I also like JC the most, by the way. I remember even as a kid, I liked JC the most. And then I also liked, what's his name? Lance. And anyway, so JC's an incredible, not only he's an incredible singer, he's an incredible he's definitely the best dancer in the entire group. And he's the most inspirational because you can see he puts his entire, like, he puts his whole ussy, as the kids say, into his dance and sings incredibly at the same time. Like, his voice is so stable. And I'm just so, I felt so inspired by that, because like, I always thought it was kind of impossible to do that. And he kind of proved to me that it's not. And it feels like I've kind of like, I don't know how to describe this. It feels like something that you've always thought in your entire life is now wrong. I always thought, no, there's no way. There's no way you can jump and keep your voice stable while you sing. Like, I've tried so hard to do that, right? And maybe I'm just, I guess I'm not fit enough. But the fact that he was able to do that while singing and dancing, it's just, I don't know. I feel like now, since going down that rabbit hole, I've been feeling so motivated, and like, I feel like I wish I could restart that dream in my head and do things differently. I wish I had inspirations back then, because I guess I didn't. I never did. And I wish someone had reminded me of NSYNC back then, because, you know, nowadays all these K-pop groups, I know they dance, yes they do, but they don't really sing live. They put all their energy into the dances, but they don't actually sing because of that reason, right? So I always thought, you know, yeah, it's not possible. It's not possible to like do proper dancing and singing. Like, a lot of those like pop idol groups or even singers, like, you know, like Britney Spears or whatever, like, yes, they do dances, but they don't do what's the word, strenuous dancing. They don't exert themselves. They do moves that they can do while singing at the same time, which is fine. That's easy. Well, not easy, but it's doable, right? But full on jumping and like moving around like crazy, like, that's insane. I don't think you guys understand how insane that is. And they don't do that anymore in this day and age. Like, there hasn't been something like NSYNC since then. I wish, you know, things didn't go the way they did and they were still together. And Backstreet Boys are still together. They still do stuff. And they still dance a bit as well. They're still really fit. These are like 50-year-old men and they're still like dancing around and singing on stage. And I think even that is also really inspirational to me. Fish resumed her boy band phase. I actually, okay, unless you count me being 3-4 years old in a boy band phase, I don't really think I ever had one. Because when I grew up, when I was old enough to appreciate music, I got into like rock music. And like, I guess Brit pop, like Oasis or Muse, you know, I wasn't really into boy bands. Like I never got into like Justin Bieber or, you know, One Direction or whatever. And not even K-pop. I think my first exposure to K-pop was like, you know, Girls' Generation, you know, SNSD, Big Bang, God, I don't know, whatever the ancient ones are. 21. I was into K-pop before it was cool, guys. Before it became a trend. Justin was always skilled. I don't think Justin Timberlake was the most skilled one. And what made NSYNC so unique and good was the fact they all had their strengths. There was the countertenor, there was the bass, there was the alto. Like they made the perfect harmony. They were so beautifully in sync, like their voices, that it sounded like it was recorded. Because they all were such amazing, talented singers in their own rights, right? And yes, there were 2 lead vocals, but the backing vocals that they did was like amazing. It was just so good. Like if one of them was missing, you could hear it. So but say that again. Say what again? What did I say? What did I say? Did I say something? Did I say something weird? Did I say something weird? I don't think I did. But anyway, what was I saying? Yes, God, I've lost my train of thought. So in sync. Well, did you know, guys? Actually, their name in sync comes from the fact that Justin Timberlake's mum said, "You guys sound so in sync." So that's the lore, guys, and it's also like the last initials of their names makes in sync. Also, so what was I saying? Yeah. So even though Justin Timberlake obviously is a very skilled person, artist, JC was actually, in my opinion, the most skilled overall, because not only was he an incredible dancer, he was also an incredible singer. And the rest of them were just very, very good at singing, to be honest. They weren't the best dancers. JC was able to be the most amazing dancer and the most amazing singer. And he's really handsome! So, like, he's got it all, you know? So, like, I felt really inspired, especially by him, because of his dancing and singing skills. But I've just been feeling really inspired, and I've been watching live videos of them like every single day, and it's kind of like, it's almost like brain rot. Like, it's in my brain, I can't get it out, and like I can't go to sleep. I couldn't go to sleep last night because I had to watch it again. Like, I just admire the fact that they can dance like that and sing. And I just feel like I could have done better in my dreams. I could have done better. Like, I have this like feeling of inspiration, and I've got nothing to kind of, no outlet for it, I guess. I don't know. But I'm just so impressed. I'm so impressed. They're just so talented. And it's a shame that nothing like that exists anymore. There was a lot of that going on. Some of it was lip sync, probably not in sync though. Yeah, so they didn't lip sync. They actually sang all theirs live, and you can hear it because you can hear their breaths. You can hear them going off key a bit sometimes, because they would always perform Bye 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 like last in their live tours. And I think it's because they wanted to put the last of their energy into that one. So, and you can see them sweating. You can see them like, I don't know. You can see everything, and it's just incredible. Hi. Love your face. Your voice, not your face. No, you're very cute. Thank you very much, Rosie. I appreciate it. I've always wondered how to do that. That must be crazy cool on breath control. Yeah, I guess it is. Again, it's core strength. JC must have had incredible core strength. You do need like really strong core strength to be able to like sing while jumping and keeping your voice stable. Like, it doesn't sound like you're jumping. That must be incredible core strength. Hi, fish. You're very cute. Why is everyone calling me creepy? Oh. What do you guys want? What do you guys want? Why are you calling me cute? What is it? What did you guys do? I hated that I could do the bye 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 dance perfectly back in high school. You shouldn't hate that. You should be so proud. Do it again. Do it for the chips. When it hits that high note at the end of bye bye bye, it's crazy. Oh, the bye baby. Yeah, I love that part when he does it. I think Nick Carter does it. So there was like a collaboration. They did like they come back for like some charity events. So I think Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. So it was only 2 members. It was like AJ and Nick from Backstreet Boys, and it was Joey and Lance for NSYNC, and they did this event a few years ago, and it was so cool. I watched it. It was like there was like only one clip of it on YouTube, but it was Nick doing JC's parts, and it was really cool. I just the fact that they work together and like they like each other's music. I think that's another thing that really inspired me while I was in my video rabbit hole. The fact that both bands or groups, sorry, I should say they're not bands, both groups enjoyed each other's music, and both groups knew each other's music, the lyrics and the dances. Something about that really kind of warmed my heart. And then there was a video of like a recent video actually of one of Justin Timberlake's live tours, and the members of NSYNC turned up just to chill, just to jam. They're just there dancing to his music, and he spots them in the audience, and he's like, "Why don't you guys text me that you're here?" And he's like he's like miming that on the stage, like, "Why don't you guys text me?" And he's like so surprised, and they're just like jamming, they're dancing. You see Lance like, you know, dancing around, and the other guys are just like, they're just like, you know, having a good time. It's like, I thought it was so, I don't know, there's something so cute about it, so heartwarming, and I wish I do that as well. So I do have a few friends who perform live, and every time they do a show, I used to go to their shows as well and do the same thing. And I guess I just miss that sort of aspect. I miss being able to do that. Meow, hi! Good morning, Mielo. Wholesome bro behavior. It is that I think I like how they're all still wholesome bros. Both NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, at least on the surface. I don't know what's going on behind it, but the fact that they showed up to his show, that must show that they're still like cool with it, even though there was all that drama which Justin Timberlake kind of caused. I think the fact that they kind of got over it and they're not making a big deal with is really nice. So yeah, I don't know, I just been feeling really inspired lately, but nothing to kind of like, no outlet for it, I guess. But yeah, the bye 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 dance, I think I was a bit too... I remember in the school disco, you know, the everybody dance. It was like a kind of like a zombie-ish move. I used to remember that dance. Everyone did the whole like everybody. Was it everybody? That dance, that one that had a dance. It was like the kind of zombie-ish move. Does anyone remember with the hands? That one was. I remember that dance. I think the thing is, I learned more dances from girl groups rather than boy groups back then when I was a kid. But yeah. Bye bye bye. I basically learned the dance from watching the video so many times recently, like you know, that was a few days ago. So I know the dance, and I've been doing it like this while I've been walking around my flat. I've just been like doing the dance, and it's just such a good dance. It's so catchy, the dance, the song. I don't know, they're just so inspirational. I just wish a group like that existed now. And don't say K-pop, don't say, what is it called, the BTS or whatever. They listen, unless they start singing live and doing that amount of energy while dancing on the stage live, I'm not buying it. Gotta have that core strength, guys. How about we all build up our core strength so we can all become a big group? The fish and the chips. That could be our idol group, guys. Do they actually do though? No, they're singing it live. Watch any of their videos, they're live ones. You can hear they're singing it live. I hear that idol dances are easier on the easier side because stuff like that. Yes. So if you look at idol dances, I know a lot of idol dances, and they're made so you can hold a microphone in one hand. Well, a lot of them are anyway. Not the ones that are intended for you to sing with it. They're made so you hold a microphone in one hand, and so you can sing and dance at the same time. And it doesn't have too much jumping in it because of like that reason too. I wonder if K-pop lives will revive the Western interest in boy bands with crazy good live. No, that's the thing, right? And that's what I've been feeling kind of depressed about. I know this is really stupid. I feel depressed about this, but I've been feeling depressed that there's no... that this side of Western lives has died. Like, Korea has taken over. Korea has taken over, like, and they don't have competition anymore. The last kind of boy group was One Direction, and it's been becoming lazier and lazier. I'm not saying that One Direction was lazy. I mean, I guess they were kind of lazy, to be honest. But all they did was sing. They didn't dance and like actually do energetic lives like NSYNC did, or even Backstreet Boys. Like, groups like that in the West don't exist anymore, and they're not even treating the K-pop boy bands or whatever as competition. They're just not making anything anymore. And I guess it's also because the big producers, right? They're getting old and they just don't have the ones in the West. Simon Fuller, Simon Cowell, like they're not interested in making it anymore. I don't know, maybe they're just giving up because they think Western people just don't have it in them anymore. They don't have that drive and motivation, because you know all these Zoomers are kind of lazy. They don't... Can you really imagine a Zoomer would actually commit their entire life into doing rehearsals and live shows and singing and dancing? Like, you can't. They can't even be bothered to put their energy into working. So like, I can understand why these producers are not making any like groups anymore. I get it. It's a big problem, but it just makes me sad because I wish the West did have something like that. Spoken like a true boomer! Shut up! Listen. Hold on. Am I wrong though? I guess the current performances of Backstreet Boys are dancing, singing unks. They're the Backstreet unks now, but like, you know, it's fine because I think they're really cool unks. You know, despite the fact they're all like dads and like 50 years old, they're still dancing and singing live, and I think that's really cool because they're basically like inspiration to their kids. They're really cool people, you know. This is an outlet for it. No, you could be the VTuber that does 90s and noughties pop covers instead of J-pop covers. There's a reason why VTubers cover Japanese songs instead of English songs. There's a big reason, Onyx the Ocelot. The main reason is because of copyright. You do know, like on YouTube, there is a massive amount of like copyright, like, you know, lots of copyright problems when it comes to covering English songs or American songs or whatever. Whereas Japanese songs are kind of like, you're free to go. Like, yeah, you can't monetize them, but you won't get struck for covering a Japanese song. Whether it's J-pop or an anime or Vocaloid or whatever. Some anime songs, okay. Some anime songs you can't, depending on which company is owning that anime. But most J-pop songs, most like all Vocaloid songs and other like Dojin songs like that, it's free game. Like, you can cover it. And that's one of the main reasons why a lot of VTubers only make Japanese song covers, because they will get, you know, struck down like, you know, like lightning by YouTube if they release something. You know, it's a very big hit or miss, and it's very like dangerous, as you're kind of treading on thin ice when it comes to making English covers. Even if you get like another instrumental made or whatever, it doesn't matter. If you are copywriting that melody, you will get into big trouble. Do you not remember what happened during my 90s stream? I got so many warnings from YouTube saying your stream is going to be shut down if you do not stop playing this copyrighted content. I got so many warnings. That only ever happened. It's only ever happened when I play, like, you know, American songs or you know, pop British songs or whatever. Like, I never got that when I play Japanese songs or sing to Japanese songs. So, yeah. That's one of the reasons. Because a lot of VTubers do love English songs. And they know so many, like, or Western songs, I should say. But yeah. I know the bye 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 dance from Chinese Unks karaoke sadly. Mona, you should dance it. You and Taco can dance it together. It'll be really cute. Chips, we should perform the dance at the next fish meet and greet. You guys were supposed to do the KFC guide, the KFC dance for me. You didn't do that. Can I add this to the list? Because you guys kind of owe me. Didn't you guys promise me that you'll be like doing the shirtless KFC dance for my birthday? You guys promised. You said you're gonna sing it for me too. You guys didn't follow through on your promise. And now you're promising me bye bye bye. I'm holding you to this. I'm not gonna forget. I'm not gonna forget, Chips. Which you guys, okay, maybe not you, Taco and Dance, but the Chips know. The Chips who are there, they know. They know. Larger than life was better. Oh yeah, I remember the larger than life dance as well. Especially the part where they go larger than life. Like, I used to love that part of the dance. I think that dance I remember very distinctively. That and Everybody, because when it was on TV and stuff, like I used to try and dance it. And my mom weirdly liked it when I did, like when I danced. Actually, when I was a kid, when I was about 4 or 5, she used to take me to dance classes. So I used to do a bit of like dance, only for like 2 years though. After that, I don't know why she pulled me out. She put me in, she put me in karate instead. I don't know why she decided to do that, but I stopped dancing when I was like about 6, maybe 7. I'm not sure. 7, I think, because that's when I started this Korean martial arts, and then I didn't like it, guys. I wish she let me carry on dancing. K-pop bands are turning out slopper. Well, the thing is, right, when it comes to K-pop, right, they just need pretty faces, because as long as they can learn to dance, yes, anyone can sort of learn to dance. If you put anyone through rigorous training, you can learn to dance. So they need to be good looking. You don't actually have to be good at singing or writing music, because the company will do that for you. The company is, you know, they're professionals. They know how to make hit pieces. They know how to produce hit pieces. And as for the voice, I'm telling you from first-hand experience, I've had mixers record the most atrocious, terrible sounding recordings just to prove to me that you can make even the worst singer sound amazing with good mixing. And good, like, you know, post-production skills. Literally, the mixer I was working with last night, just to go through something, right? She played an example of someone singing something completely off key. Also, their voice just sounded so bad, and the recording quality was also bad. And then she put all the effects on that she did, all the mixing and post-production work she put. Oh, guys, it sounded amazing. It sounded like something that would have been, like, you know, released in today's market. You don't need to be good at singing. So in K-pop, all you need is to be good looking and committed to dancing. That's all you need. You don't need to be good at singing. You don't need to, you know, make music. You don't have to be musically talented. Nothing. Because when you're performing live, all you're doing is dancing to your own, like, backing track. So K-pop bands are just basically dancing groups. I know it's a very hot take to say that, but it is. They're basically dancing groups with very, like, you know, over-processed vocals. And, you know, they're not making their own music. They have the big companies making their own music. Okay, I know nobody likes Ed Sheeran. But I'm going to have to bring up Ed Sheeran as an example, right? Say what you want about him. At least he makes his own music. At least he writes his own songs. I mean, there might be slop songs, but, like, you know, at least he, like, you know, he does his own creative stuff, like, process like that. He's not just a, you know, now he's, I guess, just a marketed product, yes, but, you know, when he didn't start off like that, right? So he started off as literally a singer-songwriter, and that's what true artists are. I have a soft... What's the thing about Ed Sheeran? I have a soft spot for Ed Sheeran. Hey, Ed Sheeran is my Oshi. Sheeran? Why do I always hear like so much slander against him? Wait, no! During one of my karaoke's, I think the sad song karaoke, right? I asked you guys, can I play an Ed Sheeran song? Can I sing an Ed Sheeran song? Everyone was like, no! What the heck? Why would you want to be Ed? Why would you want to sing to Ed Sheeran? Oh my god, Ed Sheeran? Are you crazy, fish? Ed Sheeran? Oh my god, bad taste. Ed Sheeran. You guys were roasting me because I wanted to sing 18 by Ed Sheeran. And I think one of my maybe my birthday karaoke I sang an Ed Sheeran song and you guys are like bullying me so hard. Making fun of me. I'm singing an Ed Sheeran song. Even though I was singing it for the memes. But yeah. I would take K-pop over 90% of the stuff the English-speaking world is making. And I get that, Onyx. Like, yes, in today's society, that makes total sense because they are producing better music. And, you know, they are producing just... they're just marketing much better when it comes to groups, performance groups. Whereas the West is more focusing on bands rather than groups. There was actually a boy group. God, what were they called? They were British and they won one of the Britain's Got Talents and they became like a produced group. They were kind of like an opera singing group. Oh god, I forgot their names. They took the UK by storm a little bit. Not JLS. Oh my god, I forgot about JLS. Not JLS, but oh, thanks for reminding me of them as well. Hold on. God, hold on. I was friends with one of the people in the group. What was his? What the name? It was Jackus. Do you remember? You said I know. You know who I mean, but do you remember the name of the group? It was I think it had the word. It had a B in it as well. Doesn't even remember her friends. I remember my friend's name. I just don't remember the name of his group. Not the beat. Yeah, see, the Beatles is not a recent group. Hold on. Let me go check. D4. I've never even heard of them. Hold on. Let me see. It was quite recent. When I say recent, I guess like it's been about 10 years. But hold on. Calabro! Yes, thank you, Jackus. It was Calabro. Yes, Calabro. So actually, one of my friends was in Calabro. But yeah, those Calabro. So I think they're the last group that I remember. Wasn't because you know they're all singers. By the way, there's a difference between groups and singers. By the way, groups and bands. A band means people that play instruments while singing and stuff. So there's there's musicians as well as singers, whereas a group is they're just singers and sometimes dancers. I'm talking about because K-pop groups are not bands, they're groups, right? So I'm talking in the West we need competition for groups. You don't know them. Calabro was quite. I mean, again, they had like a short-lived fame. They won a Britain's Got Talent, and which is why they got like really famous. But they were quite niche. They were niche because they used to do covers of like like Phantom of the Opera and other like plays. So they were incredible singers because they were actual theatre trained singers, right? So they're like a theatre boy band, and they were really good. So the friend of mine who was in the group, he was an incredible singer, and he wasn't even the best dancer, but he learned how to dance. So he totally could have been in, because he had that natural sort of groove in him anyway. So it was kind of like Lance from NSYNC, right? When Lance joined NSYNC, he didn't know how to dance at all, and everyone else had like rigorous training for months and months, or maybe like over a year before he joined, and he was starting from scratch. It was really hard for him, and Lance was like the youngest as well. So but because he put all his passion, dedication into learning, he managed to like get up to par with them very fast. So it just shows that people are capable if they're interested. So my friend, who was in Calabro, it wasn't part of collab. He didn't learn for collaborate, but he learned how to dance, and he was really good at it because he had that. I guess people who are like good at music, they have that natural sort of beat. So if they learn, they can become good. Hold on. I will admit that most humans struggle with putting effort in, but I don't want to outright say they're lazy. It's more like they see how bad things are and don't see the point in trying. I think that in itself is a problem. I don't like that whole giving up before you starting, like before you start energy. I don't like the whole like, I'll only do something if there's something in it for me. Because there is something in it for you. You should be working hard for yourself, not for other people, for like an end result. Like, at the end of the day, the first end result is that you make yourself happy and proud. Like, for example, I work really hard on a lot of stuff, especially when it comes to streaming, right? A lot of my streams, I do work a lot. I do put a lot of effort and time into it. And I know that it won't be seen or even appreciated or like by a lot of people. And I get that. And I could give up and think, oh, I don't have like 5,000 viewers appreciating all this time and effort I'm doing. I might as well give up. Oh, I'm not growing. I'm not famous. I might as well give up. If I had that Zoomer mindset, I would have stopped streaming already. So why am I doing this, right? I'm doing it for myself. Because it makes me happy and proud of myself. Because like I know what I've done. And I'm proud and pleased of the results of what I've produced, right? And to me, that means the most. So it's like extra when people actually do see it and appreciate it. Which, by the way, thank you to the people who do tell me stuff like that. You know, especially like in Marrows, you give me feedback on that sort of stuff. I really, really do appreciate that because it does make me feel like, oh my god, this effort was worth it. But like I fish talking on Zemas again. Hey, listen. I just think it's a problem with, I was about to say kids these days. I just feel like people just don't have the passion in doing stuff for themselves. They only are looking at results and saying, oh, but will other people see this? Am I going to get something out of it? Like, you know, sometimes you have to do things for yourself. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Doing stuff for yourself is building on yourself. It's feeding yourself. It's taking care of yourself. You don't do it because there might be something potentially big in it for you. If that happens, that's great. But you know, at the end of the day, most of the time if that happens is because of all your effort and passion and other people see that. So, I think it's better to not feel demotivated and give up before you've even started. Like, don't feel demoralized before you've even started something. At least do it for yourself. That's all I can say. That's my unk advice for you guys. Okay? so don't feel like, you know, oh, I'm not gonna start it because, you know, nothing's ever gonna come from it anyway. Do it for yourself. You know, I still do dances and stuff for myself, even though I'm not thinking to myself, oh, I'm gonna be in a big band, I'm gonna be in a big group, I'm gonna join a dance group. You know, I don't have those big dreams or anything. Just do it because it's fun. You know. Hold on. Oh god, I'm so behind in the comments. Guys, can you stop talking for a bit? You heard Japan had harsher copyright laws. They have harsh copyright laws, but when it comes to doing covers of things, they have certain, like, you know, permissions for that. So it's okay. You're asking me to do something at 25. Taco! NSYNC also did the dance 25 years ago. They still remember it. You have no excuse. just practice it. The shirtless KFC dance will require abs that I currently do not have. Lo, you can start working out right now. There's nothing stopping you. I could try to dance bye bye bye, not shirtless. It's okay. You guys can wear shirts for bye bye bye. You can wear shirts for bye bye bye. Hold on. Make it a post spoons performance. Okay, so you're gotta get the chips down to spoons and then rope them into recording performances. Got it. I'll note it down. Every time we're down, you can make it right. And that makes you larger than life. Oh, that's such a good song. My favorite song. Where are these mixes? Your boy's gonna start a V-Singer career. Okay, so good mixes cost an arm and a leg. Good mixes are expensive. So if you're a doo-doo poo-poo singer, you gotta find a really expensive mixer, post-production editor, whatever. So you gotta find someone mega expensive. What if you can't sing, write music, and aren't good looking? Well, first you pick a struggle. I'm joking. If you can't, find something else. Everyone's kind of good at something, and even if you're not good at anything, find something to be good at. Why are you putting limitations on yourself? Not everyone has like natural innate talents. To be honest, I do think people do, but you probably haven't discovered it yet. And let's say you are the rare person that doesn't have any natural innate talent. Just learn something! You're a human! Unless you're literally like incapable because of disabilities or something. But even disabled people can be good at stuff. It's literally Paralympics, guys. You know, people play guitar with their feet. The point is, like, you shouldn't put limitations on yourself because you're like, oh, I'm a doomer. Oh my god, I can't do anything. Grr. You know, that's just that's silly. It's very silly. I'm not a human. I'm a chip. You know, chips have arms and legs. We've seen the pictures of the chips. Strum a tiny guitar. Hold on. Sorry, I've got to catch up in the comments. You sang multiple in the birthday or Ed Sheeran songs? Yeah, I got so much hatred for it. You guys are roasting me for like singing Ed Sheeran songs. That's so mean. Poor Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran slop. As long as you can tell a beat, you can learn to dance. Yeah. And I think with dancing, right, you really have got to put your heart and soul in. You got to feel it. You've got to feel it to actually show it. Because you can see when someone doesn't have soul when they're dancing. You can see it. And I think that's what made JC so good in NSYNC. Because you can see he really put his... I'm not going to say it again. He really put his heart and soul into his dancing. You could tell he was like really into dancing. Like it stood out from the rest of them. And then I looked him up and I saw that he's been dancing ever since he was a kid. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. He actually genuinely enjoys dancing. Preach is so worth trying. Nothing worse than regretting being too scared to start. You know, whenever like old people get interviewed, like really elderly people, like 60, 70-year-old, 80-year-olds, and young, you know, the people who interview them ask them, what's the biggest thing you regret, like in life? They all say the same thing. They regret being too scared to do something in the past. And I feel like that's really telling. The fact that all these elderly people say the same thing, you need to learn something from that. The fact they're saying, oh, I regret not doing this, I regret not doing that, and, you know, I can't get my years back, I can't go back in the past. You know, I'm on my deathbed now. So it's like, you haven't reached that stage yet. Don't be like them. They're giving you the warning, like, don't be scared to start something. Don't, because then you will have regrets and you can't, you know, get that time back again. That's why so many indies just end up being an endless collab slop and then fizzle. I think indies that give up, I mean, it's not just indies, right? There's lots of people in like VTuber companies as well that just give up. You know, they've stopped streaming, they cancel all the time, you know, they're not really doing anything. And they give up because, yeah, maybe they felt like they should have been bigger, they should have, like, you know, they wanted more, but they didn't get it. And then they thought, okay, well, it's impossible now. Now I've got no motivation to do this, and they just give up. But I think that is kind of like... I think when it comes to content, I can't really speak because I'm not like some kind of pro content creator, right? And I'm just a streamer. But I think when it comes to creative stuff like content creation, you have to do it out of pure passion, not from expecting something. Not because you expect fame or growth or something in return. You have to do it because you want to do it. you have to do it because, you know, look at all these old YouTubers, right? The OG YouTubers. They didn't start making videos because they thought, oh, I'm gonna pop off and become famous. They did it. They were staying up all day and night, you know, coming home from their long shifts from work, editing videos for 5-6 hours. They did it because they were passionate about it. And that's something I think a lot of people have forgotten. They see these famous people and think they instantly rose to fame. No, they didn't. They were grinding their ass off for like 7-8 years or longer to get to where they are today. They weren't an overnight success. A lot of people who are successful, they worked really, really hard for it for years. And I think a lot of people don't see that nowadays. Ironically enough, I don't have much motivation to do things if it's just for myself. If it's for someone I care about, motivation knows no bounds. There's a lot of people like that. I'm also the same, right? If I've got someone to do something for, suddenly I'm like Superman. Like, I can do everything. But if it's for myself, I mean, guys, I don't even cook for myself. But to be honest, I have changed a lot. Ever since I started like streaming, I've changed a lot. I've definitely got more motivation. I think you guys are my motivation, right? So, and I've changed a lot. I used to be worse. I used to just, you know, only sleep. And now I'm doing all these other things, and I feel like motivated to do all these things because of you guys. So I'm really grateful for that. Hold on. Free Unk advice. Yippee! You guys should appreciate my free Unk advice. Yes, you should. I should charge you because, you know, normally people charge me. People charge me. I charge people, sorry. I charge people for this, guys. It's part of my course. I'm basically giving you an insight into my course. $5 million per month. I know you guys can afford it. Sell a Lambo. Time for daily chip crunches. If you guys start now, you can do the KFC dance for me by my next birthday. Has Fish started roasting marriage yet? Sorry, Matt. I've been yapping. Oh my god, I've been yapping for like an hour. What are you talking for that long, guys? Hold on. Or be endearing while you're bad at everything. I guess, yeah, a lot of streamers are popular because they're endearing. So, I mean, I feel like being endearing is also a skill. I know you guys might think, oh, some people, oh, they're just naturally cute and endearing. But some people work really hard to be naturally cute or endearing. Maybe they have it a bit already and then they know how to, like, you know, monopolize it. I don't have that. I don't have that. So I've got to focus on being, like, the most richest streamer in the world instead and get you guys that way with my Lambos. I'm a chronic procrastinator, so I'm my own worst enemy. Oh, no, me too, me too. My procrastination knows no bounds. Like, I'm so bad. Like, especially when my ADHD is really, like, when it's really bad and I can't control it, my procrastination is crazy. You'd be amazed at how much success and skill is due to determination and practice. I just honestly feel like a lot of people just don't understand that. They don't see it. They just see the end result and think, oh, that should have been me. That should be mine. Grrr. Grrr. Shaking my fist. I disagree. I know a V doesn't have 2 left feet. Matt, I feel like you can be trained. Matt, you just haven't had enough training and rehearsal. Teaching. Hold on. Fish woke up and decided to be a motivational speaker. I mean, I'm not like some big content creator or social media influencer, but if there's one thing that I do want to kind of influence you guys, influence or motivate, I do want to kind of motivate you a little bit, because I feel inspired by hardworking people and really cool people and stuff, and people who are able to achieve things despite and go against all odds. I feel really inspired by that, and that makes me feel like if they can do it, I should be able to do it too. Why am I putting limitations on myself? So I'm hoping, I don't know, I'm just a nobody, but you know, you guys still do, a lot of you watch me every day, right? And I'm hoping maybe you can also feel inspired or influenced to kind of not give up, whether it's your passions or anything. If you're going through struggles in life, with family or anything, like, I'm hoping I can serve as some sort of like figure that shows, well, I'm still here. Belly. I'm still here. I'm still surviving. I'm still, you know, able to do stuff I want as well. At least this. I'm hoping you guys can also do that too. Content creation is hard and time consuming and very RNG based. A lot of it, okay, there is some RNG, I agree. But it really depends. Some people know how to game the system, and they get criticized a lot. For example, you know, playing the flavor of the month games or whatever gets criticized a lot, right? But they're doing that for a reason, because yeah, it helps the whole RNG factor of you being discovered and seen. And sometimes it means you can't do what your passion is, which is like, I don't know, playing the games you want. And you got to recognize that. Some people don't, and some people choose to, you know, go the path that gets them more recognized, and I don't think that's wrong. It might mean they don't always do things the best way, but it is what it is. And at the end of the day, the end result is a lot of people still like them, and they like what they see on the surface, and that's what matters. Because at the end of the day, we all, you know, you guys are here for a bit of entertainment, right? So if it serves that purpose, then it's fine. You look at it on the surface level. I low-key feel bad when I see someone dream about being a content creator. I think when people dream about it, they've got to put their money where their mouth is. Like, a lot of people say, oh, if I had this equipment, if I had that equipment, if I had this and that, then I could have done this and that. That's not how it works. The biggest YouTubers today or whatever, like, they started with, like, you know, very minimal equipment. A mixer that I've been following for a while, he proved that you can make a cover even with like a $15 microphone. V singer that I followed, she started off, she still uses a $30 USB mic. She's incredible, her singing, and covers sound incredible. My point is, when people say, oh, I can only do this or that, they put like conditional limiters on themselves, like, oh, I need to have this expensive, you know.
$4.04 has been fished from Matthew. Thanks for keeping this server running. Real talk, fish has definitely inspired me. I've gone back to the gym and been consistent with it. Also been reading again. Fish.
Oh my god, big W's. Oh my god, Matt. Oh, that made me so happy. Hold on. Oh, that made me really happy to read. Matt, Matt, that's incredible. You're still going to the gym? You know what, Matt? You're my inspiration. You know what? I should start. I need to be more consistent with it. So I need to be better. Matt, Matt. You know what? That's so cool. And you've been reading again as well. Oh my gosh. I could just, like, I'm clapping. I'm just clapping. I'm so proud of you, Matt. You are so cool. See, this is what I mean. Like, I hope you guys also feel a bit motivated by that as well. Like, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Like, consistently going to the gym, reading again. Guys, reading is so important. Sorry, I'm gonna go off on another rant. Guys, do I have permission to go on another rant? Do I have permission to lecture you guys again? Can I have your permission? I just think, like, you know, the way to beat like your brain dying, and this actually does delay dementia and Parkinson's as well. I'm not telling you this. I'm telling you this from a scientific standpoint as well as, you know, just, you know, logic. But reading is so important. Like, you need to read, you need to research as a hobby. Like, you need to do these things not because you think, oh, it's work, oh, it's boring, burger. Do you remember those times when you were a kid and you were on the internet and you used to go on those Wikipedia rabbit holes just for fun? You need to pick that up again. You need to do it again. You need to find these random topics you know nothing about and throw yourself in. Just read. Read articles. Read books. Follow people who are, like, experts in their fields. Like, learn not for the sake of like, you know, learning, just learn it as a habit, like to do it to just improve yourself and just to know new things, and also just to keep your brain active. Not only does it like stop you from getting that whole like dying brain, it actually, well, yeah, as a result of that, you won't really get Parkinson's or dementia. Like you can actually avoid it if you actually keep your brain active. So letting your brain die is the quickest way. Like, you know, this whole brain rot, TikTok scrolling, brain dead behavior, like that's really good. It's so bad for your brain health. Like it's not good. So even reading a few pages a day, it does wonders. I'm telling you this as someone who's done brain research.
From Matthew. Thanks for keeping this server running. Also shout out to my fellow chips who have been supportive and helpful in those endeavors. Chip love.
W Matt, thank you, sorry Matt, thank you so much for the server contribution. I appreciate it. See, guys, chips. I hope you feel proud of yourselves. Hold on. Don't have that. Fish, your laugh is cute. Buh. You definitely have it. If you're talking about like some that endearing quality, I don't think people watch me for my laugh. You guys don't watch me. Is that why you guys watch me? Because of that? You watch me for the... That's why you watch me. You watch me for that and also for the Lambos. You watch me for the Lambos. Do you think like, I don't know you guys aren't here for the Lambos because you want to be like me, the richest streamer in the world with like 40 Lambos? You want that. I know you guys want that. I know you guys. I told you guys. My course. I'll open it. $5 million a month. This is a small $5 million a month. You know, the worst thing about people thinking it should have been me can often have these opportunities, but they're not equipped from the lack of effort. They don't recognize the opportunity. Yes. And I think what I don't like about those people is that they have a very high external locus of control and they always blame outside factors. I just don't really know how to relate or talk to people like that because, like, you've literally seen people start from nothing, dancing on the street without a mirror because they can't afford a rehearsal studio, using $20 microphone. I've seen people record using their Apple earphones that come with their phone. They became like big singers. I don't know, I just feel like, again, follow your passion, everything else will come afterwards. How do you find your passion? I'm the wrong person to ask, Kazu. I don't know what the hell my passion is. I don't know what my passion is. But let me know because I also want to know. But I think I do know what my passion. I recently realized what my passion is. I can't tell you guys though. Can't tell you guys. It's a secret. We're not close enough for me to tell you yet. I mean, I could tell you for a small price of a Lambo, but basically. Oh, fine. I'll tell you guys. Okay, so my passion is actually to be the #1 course leader in the world. So I'm already like exclamation mark glazed, by the way. I'm also already like #1, you know, most Lambos, most generous, most intellectually stimulating. I've got a lot of like #1 titles in my belt, and I guess that's my passion, like, you know, gathering the #1 spots. But now I've got a new passion. I want to become the #1 course teacher. Like, I need to teach you guys how to live my life, like how to become the #1 streamer in the world. No, I'm joking. But anyway, I think just follow, like, you know, your passions, and I guess if you don't know what your passions are, just do what you like. Do what makes you happy. Can you write us a novel to read? Hey, is #1 most creative at writing in the exclamation mark glaze command? Read it. Hold on. Is spite okay to have as motivation of being jogging because of spite? Spite is so powerful. I saw a lot of people are motivated by their own spite. Like, let's say if they got dumped or whatever, right? I really, really admire those people. I wish that were me. Oh my god, because like if I were a spiteful person, I'd be so powerful right now. Oh my god, like I could have been like, oh my god, I could have been like the most powerful person in the world. Powered just by the spite of that chemistry teacher. Oh my gosh. No, I mean, spites are great. If you're motivated by spite, like, you're powerful. You are so powerful. Critical thinking and problem solving skills are a dying breed. It is, and I hate to say it, but I'm also a victim of this. I've become a victim of this in the past like 6 years. I think because life is so convenient here, right? I've been living too comfortably and allowing myself to kind of allowing my brain to die. I've not been challenging myself. I've not been keeping my brain active. Like, maths, right? Maths is so important because maths really keeps your brain healthy. Simple maths that I was able to do very easily from, you know, top of my head years ago. I can't do it anymore. And I can, the fact that I can feel my brain dying is so scary. It's so scary. But it's not irreversible. If you go back and start training yourself every day to start thinking critically and problem solving every day, you can fix it. But yeah, it was really scary kind of experiencing it firsthand. Like, I guess it's what, you know, I don't know, it's scary. Brains are scary. I'm addicted to learning new stuff. I love knowing how stuff works or why stuff happens. Same. Oh my god, especially when I was younger, I would love learning. I still do. It's just, I guess nowadays my brain is so tired from doing too much that I haven't been learning for myself for a while. Does reading server logs and reference documentation that I do for work qualify as reading? Are you thinking critically and internalizing what you're reading? That's the difference. Even reading lore and fandoms? I mean, even doing that. Oh, but you know there's also a difference. You know, reading out loud actually spikes your brain activity more. Mentally reading is fine. But even if you feel stupid, read out loud to yourself, even a little bit. At least just 10 minutes a day, and you'll find it makes a big difference. I watch you because you're cute. Guys are rage facing. I'll say that a good laugh is a very appealing thing, especially when it's a full and genuine laugh. Guys, what if I laughed like that? What if my laugh was genuinely? Wait. That'd be so funny. Oh my god. Imagine. Wait, it's kind of like Mr. Krabs. He's like, ow, 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 ow. Oh my gosh. Would you guys still watch me? The spite is turning me into Venom because of the bulking and weights. Whoa. Wolvie, are you like, are you bulky? Are you strong? Are you muscular? Why are so many of the chips so like, you know, strong? I was so surprised, especially in the meet and greet when I saw like a lot of the chips work out. I was like, whoa, this is pretty cool. Is it because of me? You guys are inspired by my like Venom body, and you're like, whoa, I want to be like her. I want to be like her. I want to be her, but you know I can't. So I want to be like her. Is it because of me? Don't be me. Oh my gosh, common sense is not very common anymore. That's so true. Very sadly. I love it when spite motivates me. I get so much done until the anger runs out. Oh god, why can't I be that person? I want to be motivated by spite. Your brain is on life alert from the lack of sleep. I don't think lack of sleep is the problem, but lack of consistent sleep is probably an issue for me. But I used to have the opposite problem. It was on like life alert because of too much sleep. I think I killed my brain from sleeping too much, if anything. Because sleeping too much is really bad for your brain. I definitely feel stupider now than I was in high school. I can feel it. That's what I mean. Like, when you're in school, you take it for granted. And you leave school and you realize there's nothing to challenge your brain anymore. And some people do need, like, someone on their ass. It's why, like, I can't teach myself a language, like Japanese, right? I need to go to school because I need someone to literally be on my ass and hold me accountable. And that's not a bad thing, you know? Not everyone is, like, a self-motivated person who can do everything by themselves. I'm certainly not. I really need to, like, I want to learn Japanese, like, properly, but I need to go to school. So many of my friends haven't read a book in many, many years, and it makes me kind of sad. force a book. Give them a book that's fun. Give them manga. Do they like anime and manga? Give them manga. Yes, this is why they always force us to read poetry out loud. It's real game changer. Yes. There's actually there is a lot of like, you know, scientific data behind this. But it's really really important to do that. Laughs that come from the heart is amazing. That came from my heart, guys. But yes, oh, actually I should probably do some things to keep my brain active because I had some brain scares. Kind of, you had prosthetic surgery. Yeah, as when you feel that brain scare, that's when you know you gotta do it. You gotta work hard, fix it, reverse it. It's reversible. It's reversible. She's cleaning windows. Squeaky. Wait, does it sound like a window? Yes, I will still watch you. Will you watch me if I laugh like that all the time? Alright, guys. I've got something to admit. Alright. Now I wasn't clickbaiting with this stream. I wanna preface this by saying I'm not a clickbaiter. I'm not a clickbaiter, alright? I'm not a clickbaiter. I was genuinely gonna answer questions I hated in today's marriage stream. Alright? Genuinely. Like, I was really actually going to answer the questions I hate. However, you know how we were talking about how girls just wanna have fun. We're talking about how we just wanna have fun, guys. You know, in life, we just wanna have fun. Girls just wanna have fun. And answering questions I hate, is that really a fun thing? And if you're wondering about what kind of questions I hate, I've already said it. I've revealed it. The questions I hate is, what's your favorite? Nantoka. I hate questions that are like, what's your favorite XYZ? What's your favorite blah blah blah? I hate those questions with a passion. You know what my passion is? Hating those questions. My passion is being a hater, and I hate those questions. I just need to answer one. Oh, okay, you're so right, and I hate that. You know what? You know what, Zaku? You're so right. I'll do it. I'll put one in. Hey, Fish, what's your favorite convenience store chain? Inquiring minds wants to know. Listen. See? That one you'd think is like so easy to answer because there's like, you know, only a few company store chains. Even that one I don't have a favorite. Do you know why? Because every single company has its own strengths. Family Mart is really good for mostly everything. 7-Eleven is good for their nanachiki and their tuna onigiri, tuna mayo onigiri, and their Pia Hermes like collaborations. Family Mart is good for like, you know, their desserts. And their premium onigiri. Lawson is good for their karage-kun and some of their sandwiches. Like, my point is that every company has their own strengths. That you can't just say, oh, this is my favorite. Because, like, I find that everyone has their own strengths. Because I see the strength in everyone. That'll be me. That'll be me. Hold on, let me see. Which one? Oh, God. Okay. I found the question. I found the favorite. What's your favorite? I found the one I'm gonna answer. I found it. I'm gonna answer this one. Right. Who's your favorite chatter? Wouldn't you guys like to know? What if I have more than one? See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. You can't. How do you know I only have one favorite? What if I have loads of favorites? What if I don't have any favorites because I'm the most fairest streamer? That'll be me. Maybe one of the questions will become your spite fuel. I've lived for this long and I still haven't had anything that, you know, activated the spite fuel, so I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. I'm just not a spiteful person. And I think that the whole story about the chemistry teacher is proof that I'm not a spiteful person. I didn't end up poisoning her. What's your favorite color? This one's obvious, isn't it? This one's obvious. Well, I have multiple favorite colors, but I guess the number one is blue. What's your favorite, most hated question? Hold on. She's fair, so no favorites. Exactly! How can you ask me what my favorites are when I'm a fair person? Fair people don't have favorites. Guys, I'm fair. What's the best color and why is it green? Hey, everyone has their preferences, alright? I personally don't have a favorite, but I prefer whichever has tuna mayo onigiri. That's good. So Magwolf, the best tuna mayo onigiri is in 7-Eleven. If you don't believe me, go to Lawson, Family Mart, and 7-Eleven. Buy onigiri from every single one. And what I want you to do is, I want you to take each onigiri and rip it in half. I want you to grab it in the middle, put your thumbs in the middle, press and pull apart. Rip that onigiri apart. And why am I telling you to do that? Number one, check how fresh that rice is, how squishy and squidgy and tasty the rice is, number one. To be honest, Family Mart does have better tasting rice. Number two, check the filling to rice ratio. 7-Eleven's rice is decent. It's not bad. Family Mart's is better. However, the tuna mayo filling is the most abundant in 7-Eleven's. So, if you don't believe me, go and buy all three of them and rip them apart and check. So, I'm a company expert. Okay? I've done my research. I've checked them all out. And I think also the tuna mayo, whatever recipe they use for the tuna mayo, is best in 7-Eleven. Better than Family Mart and Lawson. So, these are the kind of questions I need a tier list. There must be a Konbini's tier list, a Japanese Konbini one. It's me, right? Because I'm an enigma. James, you're still kind of new here. I didn't even know you were here. She's a pink girlie. I do like a bit of pink. I like mixing. I like, you know, I like pink, blue, and purple, and black. Cool colors. I'm not too fond of very like warm colors, like orange and red and yellow and those sort of stuff. Favorite color is not the color of red panda. Fake red panda fan. You know, I don't like red pandas because of their coloring. It's just because of their cute faces and just their cute bodies and their cute nature. What's your favorite TRiGGERPHiSH stream? I keep getting asked this. I was asked this before. Like, what's your favorite stream that you've done? And I actually can't remember. Sometimes you get an onigiri and they give you 10 molecules of tuna mayo. That makes me so angry when the filling ratio is off. Because I'm not like a big rice fan. It's not like I eat rice every day or whatever. Like, if I only pretty much eat rice for this onigiri. So it needs to have a good filling ratio. Otherwise, I'm not going to eat it. I'll literally just... it's really bad and wasteful, but I will literally throw it away. If there's just rice left, I'm not one of those people who can just like eat rice and appreciate the flavor of rice. I'm not like one of those people. I need like some sort of like protein there. So if it's just plain rice left, I know it's bad. Confession stream, this is actually a really bad confession. I do throw it away. But that's because listen, listen. It's because like I have very limited stomach space. And I'd rather fill my stomach with something that's tasty rather than something that's just not going to make me happy. If I had unlimited stomach space, sure, I'd shovel it down. But, like, I don't. I don't. The Madefish stream? Wait, Gabriel, are you saying that's your favorite? wait, that's your favorite? Wait, didn't I have 2 maid streams? Which maid stream, Gabriel? Which one? Which one's your favorite? Tell me. It's the British maid, the Victorian maid one, isn't it? I know you, Gabriel. It's that one, isn't it? Are there rice only onigiri? Yes, it's literally just rice balls. Literally just plain rice. No, my Oshi, you've got to finish the rice. Okay, so when I know it's a kombini that has a very high rice ratio and there's like very little filling, I will actually buy a protein to go with it. So I will go and buy like if it's like, I don't know. I know like it's like some 7-Eleven onigiris, not the tuna mayo ones. Some of them, the more premium ones. The premium ones have like 80% rice and 20% filling. So if I buy a premium one, I actually buy like a nanachiki along with it. So when I eat the filling of that onigiri with the rest of the plain rice, I'll eat it with the chicken I just bought. so if I know about it in advance, then I'll buy a protein with it. It's only when I don't know about it and I've been surprised and I get really like, can't believe this. Can't believe this. You just angered every East Asian in the stream. Guys, listen. It's not that deep, right? I throw away, you know, when I'm eating sandwiches and there's no filling in the bread and it's just plain bread, I throw that away too. What now? What about Italians? You know, when I'm eating pasta and there's an uncoated piece of pasta. Okay, that's never happened, but I would probably throw away plain pasta if it existed as well. I've got limited stomach space. I'm fair. Don't forget, I don't discriminate, alright? Don't discriminate. Everyone gets treated fairly, even all the carbs. I think the only thing that can be eaten plain is potato. And it tastes good. Is that just very British of me? Fish, have you ever seen a foreigner who called an onigiri a jelly donut? So you know Snoy? My Sony friend? He actually told me about this. So he's Japanese, right? But he's Japanese, but he lives in like America. And he told me he watched, like, when he first watched Pokemon, it was actually the English dub of Pokemon. He watched it on TV in America, in the US, right? And his mum, and apparently in Pokemon, in the English dub, they called onigiri a jelly donut. So I think Brock used to make like onigiri, and they called it a jelly donut in the English dub of Pokemon. So stupid Snoy, his mum used to make him onigiri all the time for like school lunch. So he used to take onigiri to school, and his friends would ask him, "What's that?" You know what this idiot said to his friends? "This is a jelly donut." Oh, that was so funny. I love that story. It's not my story to tell, but I love telling it. This is a Japanese kid, by the way. God, he's so stupid. Yeah, he used to like, he didn't know how to translate onigiri, I guess, and he didn't know how to describe it. But his idiot knew what a jelly donut was. He still called it a jelly donut. Oh my god. Oh, that's so funny. Thanks for reminding me of that, Cole. I needed that laugh. Do you eat the crust of pizza? Oh, that's another good question. Is it Bybee? Is that your name? That's a great question. I will only eat the crust of a pizza if there's sauce. If I have mayo to dip it in, I'm fine. If I don't have any like condiment to dip it in, it's going in the bin. It is going in the bin. I actually really like pizza crust, by the way. I like it because it's crispy. So I just need a dip. And the best dip is actually this. So in Domino's in the UK, right? Domino's Pizza UK, they have a garlic and herb dip. That's the best dip for pizza. Like, I actually brought a pot of it back with me from the UK. I brought it to Japan so I can order pizza here and dip my crust into it. That's how much I like it. So I can only eat pizza crust if there's sauce. I know some people who think burgers have too much bread, so they throw away the top bun. I may have been guilty of doing that. But you know, that's why I really like Five Guys, because you can get the burgers without the bread bun. You can get it in lettuce instead. I'm not that crazy. But sometimes if the bread bun is too thick, I may have to remove one. If it's too thick, because otherwise I can't eat it all. Because some burgers are so big, I can't finish it. So I have to like remove the big carb. So like at least I can finish the meat. Hold on. Italians have strong opinions on what type of dishes have what types of pasta though. Oh yeah, they do. But I agree with them mostly, to be honest. But I'm a big linguine fan, to be honest. Like I do replace a lot of spaghetti with linguine. Hold on. Yeah, I love the 7-Eleven tuna mayo filled deli donut. Yeah, 7-Eleven 7 tuna mayo filled jelly donuts. That is so cash. Reading that is... Oh my god, why did I read that? Ugh, disgusting. What if it's stuffed crust? I've never had a good stuffed crust. I've had stuffed crust like maybe once or twice in my life. Did I ever tell you guys I worked in Domino's? Did I tell you that part of my lore? I don't know if I told you guys I used to work in Domino's. When I was a uni student, I think this was my first year of uni. So every place I've worked at is because I liked it. So, I worked in Starbucks because I liked frappuccinos. I worked in Domino's because I really liked Domino's pizza. So when I was in uni, my first ever like part-time job was working in Domino's, just because like I really wanted to eat free Domino's. I want to also say, working in Domino's, that was the slimmest I've ever been in my life, even though I ate pizza every day. Because that job was hard. It was so hard. Yeah, I did tell you guys, because I told you guys about my epic quitting story, right? how I epically quit. But yeah, it was, and I told you guys about what happened, like how they used to try and make me get the pizza out. Even though I was in my compressed form during that time, I was really small. So like, you know, these pizza ovens were huge. Like, it would have fallen on my face if I tried to get out of the oven, right? So, and he used to make me do stuff like that. Anyway, back when I used to actually really enjoy learning how to make the pizza and stuff like that. And I used to make my own pizza like every day. My my makanai. What is makanai in English? My makanai. My makanai. How do you say that in English? Like my you know, when you're working in a food establishment and they give you a free meal as your lunch or whatever, or your dinner? They call that makanai in Japanese, but what's the word for that in English? Is there a word for that in English? I feel like... Is there a word for that in English? Whatever. I've just described what it is. That thing. A family meal? They don't call it that in English, though. Staff meal? Staff meal! Yeah, staff meal. Thank you. So, yes. Staff meal. So, Domino's allowed you to have one small pizza per shift for your staff meal. And, yeah, I used to have a pizza like every day I worked. And to be honest, maybe the reason why I lost weight during that period is because that was the only thing I ate that day. But that was the only meal I used to eat. But, you know, pizza's not that unhealthy. Because, you know, unless you're American, you put copious amounts of cheese on it. I put very little cheese. But I used to just get the same toppings all the time. I had a small pizza, very, very thin base, with tomato sauce, a little bit of cheese, and chicken. Chicken and sweet corn. That's what I used to put. Just those chicken, sweet corn, and also, okay, this might sound crazy because I know I put tomato sauce, but I also used to put tomato pieces on, like, you know, fresh tomato. I used to also put that on. I really like tomato, so because it goes really well with the dip. It goes really well with the Domino's garlic and herb dip in the UK. So I used to like that combination. That's why I used to get the same pizza all the time. Sorry, I just kind of sidetracked. But yeah. I used to work at Domino's, guys, just because I wanted to eat free pizza every day. It was really fun though. I really enjoyed the job. Until that racist manager came. I was really rude to my friend. Rude. Is that racist if it's... I think he just hates his English people. Is that racist or is that like something else? Because I guess he was like the white kind of Romanian. So I mean, and he was, you know, being racist to like British white people. So like I think he was... But also, like, you know, my colleague who was black, he was just racist to like everyone who wasn't Romanian. So everyone who wasn't Eastern European, I guess, actually. So is that still racist? Or is that something else? Discrimination? Cause I don't know if it was based on the color of the skin. I think it was just based on the fact that he hated everyone who was like Western, basically not. Oh, not Western. Sorry, everyone who wasn't Eastern European. I think. Xenophobia. Imagine being xenophobic. Imagine being in the UK. Okay, no, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna continue that. Anyway, so eating at Five Guys. I'm surprised you can afford Lambos doing that. I haven't. Okay, so I used to go to Five Guys very, very rarely when I was in London. Back when I lived in London, and it was actually cheaper back then. Last summer when I went back to London, last month, and my sister, for some reason, really wanted to go to Five Guys. And I swear, I almost got bankrupted by taking her to Five Guys because it was so expensive. She went 3 times overall, and it cost so much money. I had like half the mind to like invoice her dad and say, you're gonna have to pay me this money back because it's like so expensive. For like a burger and a chips and drink, it's like £20. I was so shocked like at their price, and it didn't used to cost that much. So yeah, I almost had to sell a Lambo for Five Guys. I almost had to sell a Lambo. I can't believe this, my Lambos. Hold on. Is the NYC sandwich ever again? I think because I have really bad eating habits, my stomach bag has shrunk, so I can't eat too much. So I have to be like very careful and picky with what I do eat, because I don't want to eat something just to fill my stomach. I want to eat something that actually tastes good. Fish drops lore like a dad at the dinner table. I've just had a very eventful life, guys. I think it's been a while since the Domino story. Yeah, I think I remember telling it like ages ago. But overall, I mean, I still like my experience working at Domino's. I really enjoyed it, you know? Have lots of stories and memories from it. Well, like every single part-time job I've had. I've got like good memories. Hold on. Wait, restaurants call it a family meal? Do they actually call it that? The staff meal, the makanai in English-speaking countries? I've never heard it being called a family meal. I've heard it being called like a staff meal, but not like family. Personal pan makanai. The personal pizza makanai. Small pizzas are quite large for one person, so yeah, if I couldn't finish the whole thing, I used to take it home, so it's fine. I have a soft spot for Domino's because it's the only pizza chain in my small town my uni was in. It was the only way to get pizza to the Doms at 10 PM. Domino's in America isn't nice though. Domino's in UK is the best one in my opinion. Chicken on pizza is so good. Yeah, it was like roast chicken. I don't know why, but it just tasted so good. Hold on. Why did he go there? That's what I was gonna say, Maho. Like, if you hate the UK so much and British people, then why would you go to the UK? Okay, I get it. They want like a better life and they want more money and stuff, you know. But still, at least respect British people. Like, we weren't being rude to the guy. We weren't being rude. Like, yeah. So I mean, he definitely. I mean, to be honest, he's Romanian, so he probably was racist. But like, because like, so I had 2 colleagues, right? One was like white British, one was like black British. So, and he was rude to both of them equally. So I couldn't tell if it was actually like racist towards the black girl because of his color of his skin. But to be honest, Romanians are known for being quite racist. He was like the white Romanian kind. So like, and they're known to be like quite racist, even like in Romania, right? Because they have like they are really like racist to like the brown Romanians. And I've seen those racist Romanians. So like, especially it's like a problem in the UK. So he probably was just racist as well. But he also just hated the UK, it seems. I just don't understand. Like, what is the point? Go to America. Could eat for a week off 1 portion of large chips. Oh, from Five Guys? That is true. I've never actually finished the chips. They do give a lot of chips. That is true. It's a good point. It's not worth the money anymore. To be honest, the quality of Five Guys is still good, so I get it. Like, but I just don't think it's worth the price. Go buy Burger King. Well, Five Guys for myself and 2 friends once. First mistake of your life. How much does that cost? Hundreds of dollars? Can barely pay for 2 at Five Guys under $30 if you want fries. Yeah, no, you can't. Oh my god, it cost me like almost like it cost me like £30 to pay for me and my sister. Even though I just got so we both got like a little burger. I got 1 portion of fries and I got 1 drink for her, and it cost like £30. It was so expensive.
I used to eat just to fill my stomach, but I think it's changed a little bit recently. W Maha, don't you think like twiddles my fingers? Ooh, don't you think like it's because you've been what you're in this chip community and you've been watching my stream and you feel a bit motivated to eat because of us? Isn't that right, Maho? Twiddles fingers, vomits cutely. I think it's because of us. W me, W chips. I think if you've liked every job you've had, you're probably a very cheerful, optimistic person. I don't know, am I? Do you guys see me as cheerful and optimistic? do you think I'm cheerful and optimistic? I don't know, I've never really thought of myself as that. I feel like I'm a realist. And I think realistically, like, the world is not that bad. So, I don't know. I think it's just... There's always a bright side realistically. This use perspective. Hold on. Sorry, I'm catching up with the comments. So I'm right, Maho? Yay! Yay! Kind of to be honest, you're a mix of realistic and optimistic. Actually, I think that's quite fair. I think I'm a mix of both. Like, a realistic optimist. Considering what you've gone through, you're abnormally cheerful. Well, I'm streaming. I'm obviously going to be like more cheerful for you guys. I'm not like, yippee! Skipping around in my day-to-day life, while no one's watching. I'm just like, I'm pretty normal. I'm just pretty like, I'm pretty boring. Like, just being normal. Normally. Just a normal guy. Just a normie. Just a normal regular guy. You're everyday guy. But anyway, we have been yapping for way too long. Almost 2 hours and I haven't even... Why is this happening? It's been like 2 weeks and like I've not started any of my scheduled content on time. And I do think it is you guys' fault. Like, you know me. I always take responsibility and accountability and stuff like that. And I wouldn't be saying this lightly, but I do think you guys are at fault. Can you stop talking so much? What do you mean fish doesn't live in a constant state of rainbows and candy floss unicorns? 90% of the time I'm tired. Immersion ruined? What do you mean? I thought you guys knew this about me. Wait, I thought you guys knew that I'm like tired most of the time. I don't know why I suddenly wake up and I start streaming. But like, I'm usually so tired. I don't have the energy. I like put all my energy into the stream and then I'm like dead for the rest of the day. Once again, she blames us. Okay, Jimmy? There's no way you're calling me Jimmy right now. You think I'm just deflecting the blame because I'm like, Jimmy? How about you guys consider the fact that you may actually be at fault? You would never consider that because you're a Jimmy. You guys are the Jimmies. The chippy Jimmies. The chippies. Chimmies? The jips? The jippies? Wait, why does that sound like it could be something racist? Never say. No, let's not say that. Let's not say that. Let's not say that. Let's not say that. Did I just slur? Oh my god. I'm really tired. Yeah, so 2 hours.
$4.04 has been fished from BAB. Thanks for keeping this server running.
Huh? There's no message. Am I saying your name right? Bybee? Where's your message? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the random server contribution. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Take responsibility. Joe, delete that message right now. How about you guys take some responsibility? How about you guys do it? Because that's the one thing I teach you guys is how to take responsibility for yourselves. Just like me, W me. But energy vampires that sap her energy just because time on stream is over. I just have a limited amount of energy, guys. I don't know how I get the energy to yap for 2 hours when I'm so tired in the morning. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but you guys like this. I don't know. I feel like this is what I mean. It's your fault. Like, it's your fault. I feel like normally I'm not like this. Anyway, drawing fish things is fun. Wait! Kumari, did you draw something and I missed it? I feel like I saw... Yeah, you did! Sorry, I think I looked at the fish market and I forgot to reply. Wait, are you an artist, Kumar? I mean, that's a bit of a silly question because I just saw your art in the fish market. Thank you so much for that. Sorry, I was like, my ADHD was really bad. You drew like a bean. You should post it on Twitter and tag me, because like Twitter doesn't like to show me. By the way, guys, if you draw anything, or like if you draw me or make any like, you know, art or whatever, or memes or whatever, you might just have to actually like tag me, because Twitter does not show it to me in the actual dedicated hashtag thing. So so you might have to actually tag me. Could it be that you actually enjoy hanging out with us, shy twiddle fingers? No, won't ever do that. You guys are just my students. I'm teaching you how to be like me. Okay? I'm teaching you how to be like me. W me. Can you show us how to take responsibility by an example? I'm literally a living example. See? You guys are so stupid, and I take responsibility for that. I do, because you guys are stupid, and I'm like, oh my god, this must be my fault, because I was really bad at teaching them. I didn't educate them well enough. Am I still the #1 most educational streamer? I may have to reconsider my title. See, that's me taking responsibility, and that's an example. That's a working example of me taking responsibility. You always have energy at night when you do karaoke. That's true. See, you know, there's a difference between me and like energetic me. Kosetsu! Welcome to the Overclock Cheers! Welcome, W Kosetsu! Thank you so much for joining. Good to see you again. It's true, I'm illiterate. I know, dance. I know it's a struggle, but I hope one day you can learn to read and write. Okay, guys, just a quick, sorry, I don't want to, like, you know, plug the promo too much, but I kind of have to. Ooh, sorry. Guys, I am gonna be at London MCM Comic Con on the 26th of October. I also have a voice pack. I don't know if you guys have bought the voice pack yet, but if you want to listen, oh god, it's disappeared. I'm also gonna be at 12:30 to 1:30 at London MCM Comic Con. And back to the voice pack. Yes, I do have an end of summer voice pack. You will hear some seagulls. Do I voice the seagulls? I cannot confirm nor deny, but yes, the voice pack. Switch back to the voice pack quickly. Okay, yeah, so the voice pack, guys. Please check it out if you want to listen to a fun summer themed voice pack. Yeah, yep, there's a link. Thank you, Comlin, for the link. And yeah, guys, the voice pack. I got a voice pack, by the way. Shamefully plugs my voice pack. Thank you so much. All right, there we go. that's the scheduled promo section of the stream. Oh, another little twiddles fingers. Can you check this out? I do have a short, and I'm a bit self-conscious about it because I recorded this just through OBS and no mixing, nothing. Like, you know, I did make a really short cover of Orphans and Namida, and I just did that like in one take, and I'd really appreciate it if you guys, like, you know, gave it a like and even commented or something. And I've also put it on Twitter as well. The longer version's on Twitter, the full version's on Twitter. So go and comment on Twitter as well. Maybe retweet, maybe like it. And that would make me really happy. I'm feeling very self-conscious about it because, like, you know, it's not everyone else, you know, produces, like, you know, puts some kind of like mixed covers and it's all tuned and, you know, nicely produced and everything. And I've just like literally recorded it through OBS. So please, guys, give it a comment, give it a like, give it a retweet, please. Premium tier voice pack. I also, shameful plug, I did also write, record, and mix, and did everything by myself on that voice pack. That's all 100% me. So, yes, if you want to hear my terrible work, go and download it. And you also get a free wallpaper. A pack stuffed to the brim with Fish's voice? I know, I'm so good to you guys. Hold on. Fish, do you remember me when I came to see an anime I want to see? I do remember you, Kosetsu. I do remember you. Thank you for joining. It was a great cover. I just... I wish it was tuned a little bit, you know. Impressed you managed that at 10:30 in 3 takes. It was very impressive because there was like literally cars going by the street and people screaming outside. I had to retake it. To be honest, there might have been in the final take and I just didn't hear it. But you know, whatever, it is what it is. All right. Okay, right. Now that is over, we can start with
the actual scheduled content. Almost 2 hours in. Let me just sip my drink. I didn't even feel it needed that much tuning. There are parts I can hear that were like slightly off key and stuff, and like I could have done it better, but I just didn't have the time because I was trying to get it released before midnight. That was why I was in such a rush. I was trying to do it before midnight, so, and the editing took so long, so all the color grading and stuff like that. All right, and also the subtitling, grr, shaking fist. Okay, so ta-da. First question. What is your favorite fish? Animal, not for eating. Now, I do want to point something out. I got this question about 6-7 months ago, maybe more than that. I have a folder of questions of what's your favorite blah 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 blah, and I have been stacking them all up. I've been building them all up in a folder because, like, you know, I really hate these questions. So this one must have been from about 7 months ago, maybe. I don't know. So whoever asked this, maybe they don't even exist anymore. They probably are not even in this community anymore. But I want to specify the reason why they specified animal, not for eating, is because I was asked this question before. What's your favorite fish? And I already answered that one. I said, I can't tell. I don't really know. It's either mackerel, tuna, or salmon. They're all so tasty. They're all so delicious. So, I said that. I said what my favorite fish for eating was, and then I think this part, and then I got, after that stream, I got this question. Got this question of what is it? What's your favorite fish as an animal, not for eating? All right, to answer that question, I really like manta rays. I like manta rays. But going back to the favorite fish for eating, yeah, guys, I love mackerel. I love smoked mackerel. I love smoked salmon, and I love tuna. I love tuna. So good. Did you make a short on this? Or maybe a clip? No, I don't think there was. Not on like which is my favorite fish for eating. But actually no, wait, yeah, you're right. Someone did ask. I think there was a short of what your favorite fish is. Maybe, hold on. The one about the shark, right? What was that Mario question? Did you see the fish they discovered off the coast of California? I did not. I'm not a big fish fan. Mackerel is a good fit. Mackerel is probably like one of the most tastiest fish. Mackerel and salmon. But no, they're all good. Mackerel, salmon, tuna, they're just so good. Hold on, let me see. Opinions on mola mola? I don't like mola mola. I don't like them, sorry. Controversial opinion, but I don't like them. Hang on, let me find that short because I'm now bothered by it. I need to see. Eel? No, I don't like eel. Eel has a really weird texture I don't like. I basically like just the 3 fish. My 3 favorite fish: mackerel, tuna, salmon. I've got 1,000 views on my authors and Namita short. Guys, oh my god, I owe it all to you guys. I'm so thankful. Oh my gosh, so thankful. I'd like to thank all the chips. I'd like to thank all the chips for helping me break 1K and helping me get recognized. Where's that short? Where is it? Oh, it's here. Oh, the question was, if you were to be a fish, what type of fish would you be? That's a different question. That's very different to like what fish do you like to eat or as an animal. You don't like the derpy or the sea? No, because monomos aren't cute to me. My 3 favorite fish: Trigger, Trigger, and Jimmy. Mods! Mods! Hi, Notorious! How you doing today? The blobfish is so ugly. Gummy likes it though. Alright, so to answer this question, my favorite fish is a manta ray. Wait, rays are fish, right? Hold on. Yeah, rays are fish. Okay, so my favorite fish is a manta ray. Manta rays are very cute. I think it's their shape. Their shapes are really cute, and I love their little tails. Little stringy tail. They're so cute. Right. So, next question. Okay, so this question is also a very odd question. Cole, since you're here, you'll be very happy to know. I'm going to be answering your questions. So, Cole sent me these months ago. Cole, I'm so sorry that it's taking me this long to reply to these questions or like answer these questions. I'm incredibly sorry. It's been a while. I wasn't ignoring it. I just I just thought like I legit thought we were only doing one. No. I took Zaku's suggestion of not making it a clickbait title and answering a question that I hated. So I answered one question I hated. The rest of the questions I'm answering are fine. Hold on. Hold on, sorry, I've got a message. Guys, there's so much going on right now. There are so many things due. Sorry, give me a second. Got so much stuff to work on today. Alright, okay, so my favorite sharks. What kind of sharks, Drake? What kind of sharks? Blobfish are only ugly because they bring them to the surface so they don't belong. Well, even if underwater, they're still ugly. Alright, so I got this question from Cole. The question... So he asked 2 questions, but I'm going to answer them in one. So, is it hard for foreigners to get into Oxford or Cambridge? They had some of the world's best schools for paleontology, and because they basically invented it, I want to know if it's hard. And then he asked for... He's planning to go to UK for grad school, wondering if I had any advice. So, basically, there's actually not... This is not officially said, but both Oxford and Cambridge... Basically, Oxbridge have, like, a quota of how many international students they have to take. And I think about 25% of undergrad students of Oxbridge are international students. For postgrad, actually, it's actually much higher. I don't remember the exact statistic. It might have been like 50%. I'm not really sure. But there is actually kind of like a quota. As in, like, they don't say officially they've got a quota, but they do have a quota. And they don't take more than a certain amount. So basically, other than medicine, you're basically judged on your academic merits, right? So like your grades and your qualifications, but also your interviewing skills. One thing that a lot of people fail when they enter Oxbridge, right? When they try to enter Oxford, is actually their interviews. They don't have very good interviewing skills. Yeah, exactly. So they rely on overseas students for partly for funding. They do, yes. But they also have a certain amount they have to do for scholarship. But funding is one point. But also these unis, both Oxbridge, they don't want to have too many international students because they try to keep a certain image for their colleges. So the exception here is medicine, but the medicine is not the point here. But in medicine, for example, Christ College. So Christ College, which is one of Cambridge's colleges, they do actually have an open quota on that. Like, they don't take a certain... There's only a very limited amount of overseas students they take for Christ College. So that... But you're not looking to do medicine, so that's okay. So for paleontology, I don't know, but I'm assuming there are going to be maybe probably a higher quota. Slightly higher number for paleontology, because yeah, I do think that is more of an international sort of course. More international people are interested in it. So basically, you gotta like be very good. If you want to go Cambridge, I'm gonna assume that you have very, very high qualifications. You need like really top grades. And that's pretty much the main thing of how to get it in. If it's going to be hard for you if you don't have good grades. It's probably impossible for you if you don't have good grades. Sorry to sound so negative, but you do need to have very high grades. And also, you... what else? I guess you have to be very good at the interviews and like the other like entrance tests and stuff. What else? I guess that's the main thing. Yeah. You have to basically be the top to be able to get into Oxbridge. You have to be good at networking for most aspects of your life. You know, that's actually very true. And I do think one of the reasons why I've managed to do a lot in my life in such a short amount of time is probably because I am a yapper. I yap a lot, and I don't have any like I don't have any sort of, what's the word? Because I kind of unabashedly approach things, I found it's worked out for me compared to like overthinking. I'm just too dumb to overthink anyway, but still. I think it is important to not overthink and just do things. Obviously do it smartly, but you know. They're bad at interviews because they watch VTubers maybe. That's a very, very strong take. Probably not. I don't think everyone who watches VTubers is just one type of person. Ultimately, we're just streamers, right? And just because we're streaming through a different sort of medium doesn't mean that you're a different type of person. It just, you know, everyone has their preferences. And, you know, a lot of the chips are very, like, social, well-adjusted people who go to the gym and stuff and go out all the time. So I don't think there's, like, a particular archetype of people who watch VTubers. Particularly these days, they're trying to rebalance the international student numbers with home student numbers. Yeah, because wasn't there a point where they took in too many international students, and then the home students were too, like, numbers were too low, and they got criticized. So they have to be very careful with how many they take. Generally speaking, Oxbridge is the apex of the UK uni system, so you need to stand out in your field. Yes. Well, it's not just UK, right? Oxford and Cambridge are the top unis in the entire world. So, like, you can't just be like, oh, I want to go there. You have to be literally the top of your field. And yeah, if it's for postgrad, yeah, you need to get recommendations from, like, professors and things. You have the head empty yap buff. Honestly, I do. Honestly, I do. Would you say I'm more extroverted? I would say I'm an ambivert, because whenever I take those, like, those MBTI tests, right, I get consistently 51% introverted, 49% extroverted. So maybe I'm slightly more introverted over extroverted. But, what is it? I don't know. I think it really depends on the people I'm with and my mood. If there's, like, way too many people, like, let's say there's 50 plus people, I'm just gonna stay in my corner. I'm not gonna talk. It's a bit too loud for me. It's too loud. It's too many people. It's too much, like, sensory overload for me. But if it's, like, a group of, like, 5 people or whatever, I'm completely fine. So it really depends on the circumstance for me. And also how well I know the people. I'm not really, like, I don't know. I'm not like too fond of going to big group gatherings when I don't know anyone. I would never really do that. How do you avoid analysis paralysis? This is a hard question. If it's something that's not really important, I don't get it. But if it's a really big, important decision and I don't have a time limit, then I do sometimes get that. And I don't know really how to avoid it. But the simple answer is just don't think. 5 head, turn your brain off. It's true, chips are really cool and normal. I mean, I met you guys, right? I met you guys, and I thought you were pretty cool and normal. So maybe because you guys will go to cons, so I think statistically the kind of people who go out to cons maybe are more like, you know, social people. But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. As long as you're a decent person and if you engage in the chat, it doesn't really matter, like, what kind of, whether you're extroverted or introverted. As long as you're able to read the room properly and able to interact properly, it doesn't really matter, does it? International student numbers of political football at the moment. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Low energy and too busy to be an extrovert. I think the low energy is probably the biggest factor there. More than too busy. I don't think I fit into any box like that. I don't think you do either in there, but you're also northern, so I feel like northern people are in their own box. Northerners are their own type of like archetype. It doesn't matter what your hobby is, you're northern. You're from the north. I love small groups of people, much more intimate and good banter. I agree, Taco. Me too, I do. I feel like when you're in a large group, right, everyone's kind of like, the people who talk are the people who fight for attention and to be the center of attention. I'm not one of those sorts of people. So, I have no interest in doing that. I am the true victim of analysis paralysis over the dumbest things. Can hardly decide what game to play. I feel like, I think I used to be like this. I feel like I used to be like that. I don't know what changed. I just became stupid. Like, more stupid than usual. I think that's what changed. I'm an introvert. What do you mean? You seem like you're introverted, Taco, but I mean, again, it's not a bad thing. We're honored you find us relatively normal. What did you expect me to say? You guys are weird? Because you watch me? Actually, to be honest, maybe you guys are weird because you watch you watch me. Maybe you are weird. Or maybe you guys want to become like me. #1 most Lambo owning streamer in the world. Ah, so actually you're not weird. You just want to be successful like me. I get it. I get it. Secret to analysis paralysis is flip a coin and be done with it. Actually, the secret of it is just to do one of the options. Just do it and don't think. Give yourself a set amount of time. If you can't decide, just do the one that you're kind of leaning towards the most and don't think anymore on it. Extrovert, introvert, northerner, the 3 types. Every northerner is an extrovert. Every northerner is a yapper. They will not close them. They will talk like crazy. I've not met a single northerner who has not like been a yapper. Like I've seen so many northerners in the UK. They're all like the same person. Like they're all nice people. They're all very nice people. And they're all like really, they yap like crazy, and it's a good thing. Like it's a nice thing. I'm glad they give a bit of personality to the UK. It's like it's their own archetype. They've got their own archetype, and it depends like even where they are from, like which part of the north they're from. You know from their accent and the way they talk, the dialect and everything, the slang they use. Biggest compliment is being called normal. I don't know. I kind of don't like that take. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because there's that whole like nerd versus normie thing. And the nerds are trying to disguise themselves as normie. I don't agree with that. I think just be openly and unabashedly yourself and just unapologetically yourself. Because what is normal? To me, normal is if you're not like an absolute stain on society. Like, being violent, being antisocial. Sorry, antisocial means something else in the UK. Antisocial means like going around like, being violent and breaking things and doing graffiti. Like as long as you don't do like weird stuff like that, abusive to people, abusive to like animals, and you could actually talk to people normally and get along with people, to me I don't give a crap what your hobbies are. I mean, I like Kamen Rider. For goodness sake. Like, are you telling me that's a normal hobby? Like, to me, I really think I don't like the fact that people try to hide their hobbies. I don't think your hobbies determine whether you're normal or not. And I don't think there's people who kind of look down on video games or anime should be the ones making that call. I really hate it when... I guess because, my mom really hated it that we like video games or we're into Japanese culture and anime. My mom hated it so much. She was like, oh, why are you into these things? You need to be going out like me and partying and blah, blah, blah. I absolutely hated the way my mom lived her life, constantly going out on parties and, socializing all the time, going shopping and all that stuff. Like, I don't think people like that should be the ones determining, what is normal and not. Because to me, that's not normal. That's weird behavior from her. But you know what? Everyone has their own interests. I just don't think, you can determine what is normal. For me, normal is actually just not being a sociopath. Like, just be respectful to people, talk normally, live a life where you're not harming others. That's normal to me. That should be the norm, at least. So, as long as you're like that, to me, you're normal.
I was voted second weirdest person inside my friend group when I was younger. I guess it's okay. Weird versus normal. Some people are weird. Like, I don't think you're that weird, Taco. I think you're quirky, but you're not weird. Weird is like you're a bit off, you know? You're a bit like. I think there's a lot of quirky people, but quirks are what makes people interesting. There's normal and then there's boring. Do you want to be a boring person? To me, boring people are the ones who can't like talk about anything. They have no substance in their head. That's boring. Normal is different though. See? Being quirky just means you're interesting. It just means you're not boring. And you're not a boring guy, Taco. That's a good thing. I'm just here to witness the day you get a waitress sponsorship. Waitress, please, please, waitress, please, please. Waitress, I love you so much, please. I literally buy all your products all the time. Please, waitress, please. Guys, can you message waitress? Can you guys send emails to waitress? Tell them to sponsor me. Caught us. Been stealing fish tips to be successful one day, and I would have gotten away with it. Grr, if it wasn't for me, the meddling kid. It's okay. I want you guys to be successful. I want you guys to own 50 Lambos too. College, you know what? Take all the tips. And then I want to take 50% from you as my payment. Don't me. I met Inev, I can confirm he represents all Northerners. You see that, guys? Inev is the representative Northern. He's a representative Northerner of the chips. Thank you, Inev, for being such a great Northerner for us, for all of us. Thank you for not hiding. Oh my god, guys! Okay, I don't. Only the OG chips are gonna remember this. So we had. So when the VC first opened in Discord, apparently Inev was trying to hide his accent. Apparently he was putting his telephone voice on. Even though when I heard him, I was like, oh my god, that is the most northern accent I've ever sounded. He's like, what? But I'm speaking in my telephone voice. Telephone voice, in case you don't know, is what British people do when they try to speak like in a normal, like a general accent. No, this northerner could not hide their northern accent. It was the most strongest northern accent ever. It was like Flapjack. Flapjack tried to hide his Irish accent when speaking in an American one. Oh god, that was so funny. After meeting Inev, I understand what you mean. I love how Inev is just getting cooled down. Okay, Inev is literally the example of a stereotypical northerner. There you go. And again, it doesn't matter what Inev's hobbies are. I don't give a crap if Inev likes anime or gacha games or VTubers. That doesn't matter. That doesn't change whether you're a northerner or not. Your hobbies is not what makes you a northerner. It's your personality. Same as being normal, right? Your hobbies don't determine what makes you normal or not. But yeah. God, that's so funny. I've met legitimately norms. Okay, normal and normie is different, right? Normie is a slang word that we've made up for people who are like who are boring and not into anything interesting. But then again, I don't know. Normie is kind of a strong word because, like, would you call someone who's into, like, I don't know, ancient history and reading books? Would you call them a normie just because they don't play video games? They're still a nerd. Are they still a normie? So what is a normie? Is it someone who's just not a nerd about something? Normal is the people at the wedding you went to. Actually, I think I was being too judgmental. I think I was being too judgmental about it because I met a lot of interesting people at the wedding. At both weddings I went to. I met lots of interesting people. And you know what? I thought, you know what, Sasuga, my friends. Because my friends are cool, interesting people. So of course they'd know that they're cool, interesting people. I shouldn't have judged. I shouldn't have judged them. And both, okay, so one of them was one of them is a Cambridge University graduate. The other one is an Oxford University graduate. And both of those universities have really weird people. So statistically thinking about it, right? It's going to be like harder to... statistically think about it, like the fact that, like, you know, most of their wedding guests were also from, like, you know, Oxbridge because they're like uni friends. Of course they're going to be weird. Like, you know, quirky people. So actually, yeah, even though I went to the wedding, I really enjoyed it because both weddings had really interesting people. Normal is a perceived version of a person and how they should act that has been determined by society, but it's not an objective idea. Yeah, exactly. And I think we can challenge that vision, that you know, perceived version of a person. We don't have to commit to it and try to be seen as, like, you know, a boring person to fit in. Because why do you want to conform to society? I think some things do need to be conformed. Like, for example, I don't know, let's say the rules, social rules, let's say, like, you know, don't scream in public and be a weirdo, don't walk around naked. Some things, yes, we do need to conform. I do think I agree with that. When it comes to hobbies, though, that's something I don't agree with conforming to. I think sharing hobbies and having different hobbies is what makes us so unique, right? And trying to be the same as everyone else, so you're not, like, judged for your hobbies, I find that really backwards, if anything. For example, one of my friends, the wedding I went to, right? Her husband is really, really, really into, like, ancient civilization history and stuff like that. And he's like, he reads books, he does gardening and, like, pottery and stuff. He's not considered, I guess, you know, your everyday normal man, right? Because he's into all these nerdy things. But he doesn't hide it. He's so open about it, and I really appreciated that because I learned so many things from him, right? He was telling me about the stuff he learned, like, you know, his ancient history things, and I thought it was really interesting. I'm glad he shared those hobbies with me, because then I wouldn't have known. And to me, he's a really interesting person. I'm really happy for my friend that she found someone so interesting like that. I've met legitimately normal people, and they're honestly the weird ones. I think it's weird when people don't have any substantial hobbies and they have, like, they're so actually head empty. To me, that's weird. That's not normal. That's not normal. Pick one normie hobby, like football, and the rest you can watch, like, you can like be cheaper than Warhammers. And it's also, what do you determine as a normie hobby? Because, like, again, like, I know a lot about, like, say, economics, history and politics and business, right? And these are, like, topics I actually discuss a lot to normie people. But again, like, I don't feel like a lot of those people are normies. The fact that they're interested in world affairs and economics and stuff, to me, that doesn't mean they're normies. That just means they're passionate about the world and economics and business and stuff. And I don't think that's a normie thing. Just because it's not, like, a particularly, you know, stigmatized nerdy thing, like liking anime or video games, I don't think it's still, you know, a normie thing. To me, normie is kind of like vapidly consuming the latest drama and going to parties to show off about inane things, and I don't know, like, that's, to me, is, like, you know, yeah, vapid normie behavior, like things my mother would do, I guess. Maybe like that. When someone is too normal, I get suspicious of them. I mean, you know they're a bot. You cook fish, bro, like yesterday for playing Desert Zone Zero. Okay. I may be slightly judgmental of your game choices. If you're only playing gacha slop, I'm going to be slightly judgmental. Okay, fine. Yes, I will be. I will be. But that's because, okay, the reason I'm being judgmental of a fish bro is because he used to be into legitimately very cool games. He used to play very cool, like, obscure games, like, you know, Another Century's episode, Super Robot Wars, and, you know, Shenmue and all those cool games. Like, he used to play really cool stuff like that. And now he just doesn't have it in him anymore. He's changed. He's gone brain dead. He's just turned brain dead. Now he just plays his gacha slop every single day because he's brain dead. And yes, I'm judging because he's brain dead now. He used to have good taste and he's changed. He's changed. He's not the same fish bro he used to be, you know? And I can judge that. I can be judgmental. I didn't understand the appeal of parties when I was a kid. Okay, so when I was a kid, I would like parties if it was my friends. I didn't like parties when it's like all these bunch of adults that my mom knew some of them, and these are random strangers who got nothing to do with me. I didn't enjoy that. I was not into it. And even now as an adult, I still wouldn't go to a party that's just full of strangers that I don't know. I'd go to a party that had, well, you know, with my friends, yes, but, like, you know, not with, like, random strangers or random people I don't know. What am I gonna gain from that? Yeah, I can meet new people, but it's gonna exhaust me more than anything. I'd rather meet, like, a few new people rather than a whole bunch of new people. Which is why I was so nervous about going to those weddings, because there were literally all people I didn't know. Hundreds of people who I didn't know. Like,
was nervous for a reason, because I only knew my friends. And I thought I'd grown apart from those school friends, but you know, luckily it didn't happen. But you know, it turned out okay. But it was still quite nerve-wracking before I went. Hold on. Now I want to struggle and climb to the top with my own skill and power, as you should, Drake, as you should, because struggles make a person. Hold on. Drake wants to be the very best, like no one ever was. How did you get into Kamen Rider, by the way? Because of my brother. Fish bro, I don't know how he found... I think because we did see Kamen Rider Dragon Knight on TV when we were like small. It was like I think it was either before or after Power Rangers. And we did catch a bit of it, so I think he already knew about like Kamen Rider back then. But then once we had like, once we were more, what's the word? Once we had higher consciousness, like, you know, around 2006, 2007 or whatever, like, you know, we had we were, like, proper researching into Japanese culture and stuff. He found like Kamen Rider somehow in 2008, and then he made us watch Kamen Rider Kabuto, and that's how I got into Kamen Rider. For me, it was like, wow, it's a real British accent. Oh god, I'm still on Nev's accent. I'm still back behind in the comments. Accents are a major thing that Brits judge each other on, unconsciously and consciously. Yes, that is so true. Because I think I said this before in another stream, but you can literally gather a lot of information from someone based on their accent. You know where they're from, you know their social class, you probably know how many houses and cars they have. You know what kind of school they went to. You know a lot. You know the education level. You know a lot just from someone's accent in the UK. The chips need to take lessons from Fish. He hides her New York accent expertly. Exactly, I do, Dan. Don't I? Dan's heard my legitimate, my true accent. My true New York accent. Dan's heard it. But you guys aren't ready for it. I heard accents in England change every 9 miles. I heard that too. You drive 10 minutes and there's a new accent. Probably. Hold on. I think you're using normie for NPC. I say NPC, I say bot. I don't know. The way to describe those people who are like genuinely like brain dead. They don't feel real. Like, to be honest, I haven't really met many of those people. When I was in the UK, I didn't really meet many of those people. So I wasn't really aware of the true existence of those people. It wasn't until I moved to Japan that I realized, oh my god, those people are everywhere. Am I in the Matrix right now? Like, what is going on? Like, it actually genuinely threw me off, and I felt quite weirded out for a very, very long time. I'm over it now. It's been 7 years since I've been in Japan, but like, when I first came here, like to move, when I lived here, I was like, oh my god, wait, is this real? Am I in the Matrix? Like, people here just didn't feel real. Like, conversations were so empty. Their eyes were so empty. Their lives were so empty. And it's like there wasn't a real person there. And this was such a bizarre experience to meet people like that. And I was digging and digging, trying to find a real person behind the NPC, but like, there wasn't. And it's different if it was just like a case of one person, but the fact that it was like most people, it was very scary. It was very scary. And I'm over it now. And I found the people that are real people. But like, you know, it was scary at first. I think normie means someone that you can have surface level interest in the current trend, but not someone that has discussions about it with. Yeah, people who hop on trends, can talk about trends, but they don't actually have any deeper level to them. You can't actually... They don't have critical thinking skills. I think that's, to me, is the biggest factor. The lack of critical thinking skills. Lack of observational, analytical, and critical thinking skills. I think you need to have these 3 things to be, like, you know, considered a real human to me. Otherwise, you're not a human. That's what I need. You need to be able to think critically, at the very least. But yeah. I think people who are insecure about themselves tend to want to conform more. That is true. That is true. I do find that as well. But I also do think you can be like trained by society to conform, like at least in Japan, and to some degree the UK as well. Oh god, I'm so behind in the comments. If you're into a hobby as a social in groups performatively, that feels more normal than anything. Sometimes performative shared hobbies are necessary for socializing though. Like, I don't know, like I don't think that's always necessarily a bad thing. Like when I was in school, right? The reason why I started watching stuff like, you know, Chinese dramas and Japanese dramas, K-dramas, like it's not because I was into it. It's because my friends were into it. And I wanted to see what my friends were into and kind of join them in with discussions because they're talking about it. And I wanted to join in too. And it's the same like, you know, how I got into Dead by Daylight because Gumi was playing it. And I wanted to have a shared hobby with her so I can do something with her and hang out with her. So I think even if it's performatively, as in like to try and... Is it performative then if you genuinely want to? Actually, no, that wouldn't be performative then. No, because that's like genuine. Yeah, I guess when it's performative, yes, I think the performative might be the operative word here. I think like those NPC bot people would do it performatively. Like they would actually not really be into it or interested in it. Not to interrupt your tangent, but I want to point out that you only answered one of Cole's 2 questions. I was a joint answer because I don't think both of them just require different answers. I don't have any tips to give because, you know, like I'm not the tip giver, university tip giver. But I think the admissions thing was like probably the most important question to answer for Cole. Zaku, thank you so much for answering that for me. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. I actually appreciate that. Thank you. Because I actually hate repeating myself. Thank you so much to Zaku. Hold on. I'd rather have a chance to get into a discussion with one person or a few than introduce and have skin deep connection with 30 people. Same, Gabriel. But you know what? As I've grown older, I've realized that it's so unfortunate, but you actually do have to meet 30 people and have skin deep connections to weed out the NPCs and find the real people. Otherwise, you have less chances of finding them. Because it's like finding the needle in the haystack, right? You still have to go through that haystack to find the needle. You can't just give up on the haystack, otherwise you'll just never have the needle. So you really need the needle, you really need to sew something. So you really need, there's only that one needle. You can either have your ripped up trousers for the rest of your life and have your bum hanging out, or you find that needle, go through the effort, and then sew up your trousers. The tragedy of always needing to network. Yes, again, this is something I discovered in my adult life. I hate it, but it's necessary. But the more you do it, the more better you get at weeding out the NPCs and finding the real people. Struggles make a person. I'm good at being a non-person. Same, you know what? I feel that. Big mood. Have you ever ate Yoshinoya? Because I'm having that for dinner. Wait, are you in Japan, Brian? Of course I've eaten Yoshinoya. Yoshinoya is good, but I prefer Matsuya. Let's go, Maho. Let's go, Maho. Yes. I prefer Matsuya as well. I actually like Matsunoya more than Matsuya. When I first heard Fish, I instantly knew she was the owner of 70 Plus Lambus, for example. Yeah, I do sound like a Lambo owner, don't I? You met the bots working in the shops in the UK now. Brain dead. Yeah, we've raised this new bot generation of kids now. These Zoomers. Just avoid the woman in the red dress. Thank you for that Matrix reference, Tucker. I appreciate that. Hold on. You have to actually have those conversations about the weather. Okay, I kind of get secretly very pleased every time I have a weather conversation, so can't say anything. It's pleasing because it's almost like fun to meet people and see how many ways you can talk about the weather and what kind of little
little, you know, sarcastic, funny comments a British person would say. They all have their little quirks, you know? So it's kind of interesting in a way. It's a really interesting way of like analyzing people when they talk about the weather. You're a Sukiya fan? I think Sukiya is probably lowest on my list. You accidentally shot the salad dressing before Yoshino hit me yourself to the front window! That would be so embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's embarrassing. I'm sorry that happened to you. Glad it was you and not me. Alright, so, next question. Why is it so tiny? Is there a fictional character you saw yourself in or resonated with growing up? I might sound like a bot here or an NPC. I might sound genuinely brain dead, but I have never like compared myself to a character or resonated with a character or a fictional character when I was growing up. I don't think there was any media I was consuming where I could connect or resonate to someone. I've always been strongly and assertively my own person. So I've never seen myself in anyone. No, I never wanted to be one either. I've always just been myself. Now that changed when I was like, you know, when I started watching like anime like Gundam, right? Or more anime with more like stronger stories, I guess, where they do talk more about real human struggles. That's when I managed to like resonate a bit. For example, like let's bring up Iron-Blooded Orphans, right? I think Olga, right? So Olga was the head of Tekkadan. And Olga was responsible for so many people. And he had the huge burden and responsibility on him. And he was never allowed a human moment. He was never allowed to rest or give up because there were so many people relying on him. And I really, really resonated with that. Like, I resonated with that so hard. I was like, oh my god. Like, it was written in such a accurate way. It's like, I really appreciate writers who can write about true human experiences and like make you actually feel it and understand it and actually resonate and connect. Like that just shows how good their writing skill is. So I think characters like that I managed to kind of resonate with. But that was again that's more when I was older, and again I didn't like see myself as, oh my god, I'm like them, I want to be like them, whatever. It's more like, oh, I understand these struggles, and it's kind of like it felt like oh, I'm not the only one going through this. Well, I knew I'm not the only one going through it, but it felt like, you know, I was able to resonate, and it felt kind of nice. So like, oh, someone else understands. I don't think I've ever had one either. Is it normal for people to try? I think, to be honest, right, from my experience of what I've seen, people who sort of shadow other characters or kind of try to copy characters or fictional people, whatever, I noticed like autistic people do that a lot. And I think it's because of the masking thing. Like they try to, like people who mask, like autistic people who can mask, they have incredible like analytical skills and observational skills. Like I'm not nowhere near those. I do not have those levels of skills. But like they're so incredibly good at analyzing and observing and mimicking other people. So, and that's because they want to mask and be like another person. So those people I found have characters or someone they try to copy. But I think people who are more like, you know, neurotypical, they don't really have any characters they kind of like, you know, copy or follow. That tracks. You do have a very strong personality. I've seemed to have a strong personality since I was a kid as well. So I think that might be part of it. Okabe Rintaro, he's my favorite animal, whether I want him to be or not. Isn't that the... Hold on, isn't that the guy from... why does his name sound familiar? It's not Free, is it? No, Oh, Science Adventure. Oh, one of those Nitro Plus games. Oh. He's from Steins Gate. I see. Yes, okay, yeah. Recognize the name from somewhere. But yes, what was I saying? Yeah, I think when it comes to resonating with characters, it depends on how good the writer is, how good they are at writing human experiences and human emotions. And when I was growing up, I don't think I consumed any media that was... But also, when you're a kid, no one's going to write about... kids, usually authors for kids don't write that like that, you know? They write for entertainment, not for you to, like, you know, resonate with. So, I guess it was Jacqueline Wilson, right? But I didn't really resonate with her books. I enjoyed her books, but I didn't resonate with it. But I wasn't ever, like, you know, a foster kid or whatever, so I guess I didn't really understand. It's a hard task. Most characters are like the Dragonborn, but some feel real, like Jimmy. Those types of characters can invoke that feeling. Yes, so yeah, Mouthwashing is an example of good writing, where characters like Jimmy and Curly, they're real people, and they're written like it's real people drama. And you can connect with it because it's real. I didn't exactly resonate or see myself in other characters in the literal sense. I did have daydreams of doing cool stuff like them, though. I guess when I was a kid, my daydreams or stuff was more about, like, performance. Like, I wanted to be... whatever, like, a lot of kids want to do. Like, be a pop group, right? You know, I want to be a singer and a dancer, and I want to, like, you know... I want to sing on stage and dance and stuff. I guess that was, like, probably the most I had dreams of doing. But, that was all in my head, though. How did you miss that anime, Steins Gate? It was really popular at some point in the 2000s, I think. And everyone was really into it, so I decided to not be into it. I'm joking. It was on my list. Steins Gate was on my list. I just never got around to watching it. I've had a list growing from like for about 15 years, guys. And also, if Fishbro didn't put it on, then most likely I didn't watch it. Most of the anime I watched was with Fishbro, so if he wasn't playing it, I wouldn't really watch too many. I read plenty and loved characters as a kid, but I never thought that's me. But there were lots of kids that did do that, and again, I realized a lot of those were like autistic kids, so they must have done it as some sort of masking thing. I wanted to be a dark, mysterious hero on a motorbike. Well, you need to watch Kamen Rider. That's what they are. Don't make me feel old, Fish. Are you old, Magwolf? You are old, aren't you? Fish is as a contrarian. I was joking! I was memeing about the whole contrarian thing. It was... Steins was literally on my list. I was interested in it because it's like science-based, alright? So I was interested in it. I just never got around to watching it because Fishbro wasn't interested. And I used to rely on him on obtaining the said anime, and I was too lazy to do it myself. So and now I'm in Japan, so it's even more difficult. But yes, that's why I never watched Chainsaw Man. It was too popular. Okay, so Chainsaw Man for me was the exception because I actually really liked the writing of Chainsaw Man. It wasn't just slop, you know. And because it wasn't just slop, I decided to watch it. I know you're not old, Magwolf. You told us your age. Did you say you're like 27 or something? I know, but I still want to make you feel old. But yeah, to answer the question, as I was growing up, no. When I was about 16, or I don't know, maybe 13? I don't know, whenever I watched Ava. I still like didn't resonate or feel like, oh my god, this character's me. It's more like I kind of understood certain struggles, that's it. Hold on. And that's that question done. Next. Why is it so tight? I think I know what the problem is. Hold on. I know what the problem is. Hang on, guys.
There we go. All right. So next question. Reminds me of when everyone was deriding the Black Butler. The fans are so cringe. I said I'm never watching it. Okay, that one was for the girlies though, and I agree with you, Drake, because everyone was so into it. I didn't actually watch it. I didn't watch it. I thought okay, I watched a bit of it, but I thought it was kind of cringe, so I read the manga. Right. As a VTuber and from your personal experience, what does it take to stand out amongst thousands of streamers? I think you're asking the wrong person. Wait, why are you asking? Whoever sent me this, why are you asking me this? I think you're asking the wrong person here. What wisdom can you share with people who aspire to be streamers, and what is the most important thing to remember when it comes to streaming, especially becoming a VTuber? I feel like I answered a lot of this like at the beginning of the stream. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. That is a Miss Universe question. they're asking me like I'm some famous. They're asking me like I'm a famous streamer. I mean, I am a famous streamer. I'm super rich. I have 40 Lambos. Now, if you want to become a streamer like me, you know, who goes through all the struggles of being, you know, hounded by hate watchers every day, yet managed to, you know, have all the private jets, private islands, and 40 Lambos, stuff like that. If you want to become like that, you've just got to know how to apologize. You've got to know how to slur, apologize for the said slur, play the ukulele, and cry for 50 gifted subs. It works every time. It works every single time, guys. Every time, I swear. That is the recipe to success. You gotta crash out on stream. Big drama. People get invested. They drop all the subs. And then, you know, you become a big streamer. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm like... I'm probably not the right person to ask regardless. Wisdom. I'm full of wisdom. Well, I'll say this again, I'll repeat it. If you aspire to be a streamer, I think please focus on what makes you happy. Do your passions. Thinking of like, oh, how do I become... I want to be famous, I want to be big. I mean, you can have those goals. It's perfectly normal and healthy to have those goals. But I think you need to have realistic goals and ways to achieve them. You can't just have that dream and do nothing and not achieve it, and then be sad because you've done nothing to achieve it, and you're like, oh my god, why am I not an instant overnight success? That is the recipe to disaster rather than recipe to success. Do the content first that you enjoy to build your foundation, and goals comes later. Yeah, because like, let's say you only like one game. Let's say you only like one game, and that game's not a public game. Let's say you like Dead by Daylight, and that is not a trending game. Then just become a Dead by Daylight streamer. Stream that every single day. You'll get a Dead by Daylight community. Like, it's like there's ways for everything. You just got to be smart about it. Regular ukulele streams make the streamer famous, I've learn't. Have you really learnt that? I don't know. I feel like you got to cry. You got to add the crying. Guys, I scratched one of my 80+ Lambos and I think I broke my nail too. Ooh, please give us... You know that's how I know you're a hate watcher, because you don't even know how many Lambos I have. But yeah, I think I think people who aspire to be like streamers, whether it's VTuber or even a YouTuber, any sort of content creator, you have to have realistic goals. And you have to be prepared to put a lot of time and work, like time and effort into this, and get nothing back for it. You have to be prepared for that. If you're not prepared for that, if you're not okay with that, then don't do it. This is not something you're doing just to, you know, get instant fame and success and recognition. You're doing this primarily for the love of the game. I like streaming. I like talking to you guys. I like entertaining. I like being, you know, playing games. I like all that stuff. Like, you know, I like that, and you should primarily like doing that. I think that's the only advice I can give. But again, you're asking for my personal experience. I've been streaming for 9 months. I've been streaming for 9 months and I'm not famous or anything. I'm not big. I definitely do not stand out amongst thousands of streamers. So I think you're perhaps asking the wrong person here. So maybe ask a bigger streamer that. They probably might give better advice than me. If you're lucky, you can get a whale in the chat. Okay. maybe a controversial opinion. I don't, that's another thing, probably I should add on to that. I don't think you should rely on trying to get your viewers to pay for your life and your lifestyle. It's probably a very controversial opinion I'm saying right now, so people might get angry and upset. But I think anything the viewers or your community gives you is a gift out of love. It's not a requirement, and it's not something that you should expect or take for granted. It's something that they're giving you because, you know, everyone's working really hard, right? I'm pretty sure most, if not all of you, work really hard to earn your money, and you're giving this because you want to show your love to the streamer, and that's your way of showing appreciation, whether it's giving, you know, tips or, you know, memberships or whatever. That's your way of showing that you appreciate it, and that's not something that should ever be taken for granted, I think, by the streamer or the content creator. If you do want to turn content creation into a job and earn from it, you have to just be committed to doing such good content that you grow your viewer base to the point where companies want to sponsor you and pay you to advertise their products or do promos or whatever, or like have a code where, so if people buy stuff you get money back. Like, that's how you should be making your money. You shouldn't be like squeezing it out of your community. That's just my opinion, though. That is just my belief. That is my belief. So don't cancel me for this and say, oh my god, she's criticizing every single streamer that does like donathons or whatever. Like, that's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. I just think that if you will burn yourself out if you rely on having your community fund your life. That's all I believe. That's crazy. That is crazy. Guys, I'd like to point out, sorry, I'm going to shame you right now, Dan. That is my manager from Aegis-Link, by the way. He sent me a super chat. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Not me. I'm both a hate watcher and a hate donator. And the first one was a Google Doc. You know what? What was it? Haters are my motivators. God, I forgot that cringe phrase. Well, you know what? Haters are my motivators, guys. Keep hating me because it motivates me. Number one hate watcher. Alright. Sensible, thank you so much for the super chat. Guys, I literally just said, like, don't. Oh my god! Now this is gonna go in the doc. Are you guys doing this for the doc? Drake, thank you for the membership. W Drake. Maho, thank you for the super chat. Guys, can you stop that? I was having a serious discussion. I was talking about this seriously. I had a serious question and I was trying to give a serious response. Alex, thank you for the... That's rude. Empty super chats? Taco. Taco. Oh, Frosty got sniped. Taco! Oh my god. Can you guys stop? Stop it. I'm trying to have a serious conversation. I'm having a serious conversation. Taco, thank you so... You don't have to do that. Taco, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Are you gonna put this in the Google Doc? Because, you know, like, I'm just saying, like, I feel like I didn't scam you guys out of that one. I mean, I didn't cry for this one. I didn't play the ukulele. Can you not put this in the doc? Can we, like, make an agreement to, like, not put this in the doc? But thank you so much. W Taco, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's 10, big, fat 10 gifted. Thank you so much. Glenn, thank you for 7 months of Oak Club memberships. W Glenn, thank you! Mac, thank you. For the fish giggles! Was I laughing? I don't think I was laughing. I was crying. I was crying from how, like, terrible this is going to be on the Google Doc. But thank you so much for the super chat. I wasn't kidding. I was crying. Because this is my life, guys. I'm just... Hate watchers just want to drag me down every day.
Thanks for keeping this server running, not going in the docs where...
That's so... Okay, listen. I wasn't trying to be performative when I was saying that that the viewers don't need to give money. I wasn't being performative. I was saying it for real. Someone asked me genuine advice. I was giving it. Okay. Chicken, thank you so much for 5 months of Overclock memberships. What's that new Oshi mark in your name? You've got a battery there now. Interesting. Hold on. I don't have anywhere to put my money lately. Oh, sorry, Taco. You don't. I mean, you can put it towards stuff for yourself. I support Fish because her content is great and because she's cool. I am pretty cool, aren't I? Yeah, I get told that a lot, Zaku. I mean, sorry. I mean, Drake. I get told that a lot. Zaku, thank you so much for. I'm like mixing my next sentence with my previous sentence. Zaku, thank you so much for the massive server contribution. I don't know whether to trust you, and that's the thing. I don't know whether to trust you. Like, I don't know, like, whether you're gonna put this in the doc or not. Can I trust you? Can we, like, pinky promise here? Can you guys, like, hold him accountable? Hold on. Alright, Kisuna Hime, thank you so much for the super chat! Tons, thank you for the super chat. Guys, can you stop? Can you stop? I support Fish in the hopes of one day understanding seagull sounds. I don't make seagull sounds. I make very human, normal sounds. I'm the performative VTuber. I'm my #1 performative VTuber. I definitely have some things that need my money, but I'll spend. Guy, you don't need to spend your money for me. Can you like... He pays 50 and he's not trusted? I don't know. I feel like he's gonna be like, she took 50 euros, $50 of my money. She did it because she was saying for performative reasons. And this is why I'm gonna cancel her. This is the start of my document. I don't know. I just feel like he needs to earn his trust in other ways. Zaku might seduce us as the handsome chip. Yeah, what if it's part of his seduction technique? Then what? But anyway, to go back to the original topic, thank you guys. You didn't have to do that. I feel like you were kind of like going against the point I was trying to make there. But my point was, I do think if you are a content creator, you can't rely on your audience funding you. That's just my observation on things as well. You do need to rely on growing your audience and your viewer base. Unfortunately, you do have to get the numbers, but you don't need to get the money. Because the numbers are important because companies don't want to sponsor you or work with you unless you've got a big audience. So work on growing the number of audience rather than growing how much your audience gives you. Anything they do give you is a gift. I mean, it shouldn't be taken for granted. It should always be appreciated because you have to remember people are working so hard to earn that. And they don't need to give that to you. Whereas companies, when you do something for them, you're doing work for them by promoting a product. And therefore, you're getting paid for the work you're doing. That's a difference, right? Anyway, that's just my opinion. So not everyone has to agree with it. But from my observation, successful content creators do exactly that. So a lot of successful content creators, they turn things like, memberships, or when it's on Twitch, they turn subs off and they turn super chats off because they genuinely don't need it. They genuinely don't need it. Like, they can survive just from their sponsorships and stuff like that. Inev the cute chip, Zaku's the handsome chip. They need a goofy chip to complete the trio. Who wants to be the goofy chip? You can have the teeth as well. The goofy teeth. Whales for streamers is building tall instead of wide. Naruhodo. Yes, I guess. Yes. I mean, I know people call them whales, the people spend a lot, but I feel like if someone wants to spend a lot of money because they genuinely just that's the only way they think they can show their love to the streamer, then you know what? All the power to them. And the streamer definitely appreciates it. It's just it shouldn't be taken for granted. If that's what makes them feel happy and they feel like, oh, I'm being, I'm doing something nice for the person I like. Everyone has different ways of showing their love. Like some people's love language is gift giving. My love language is gift giving. So I understand that. I understand. But yeah, Does a Goofy chip get those thick frame glasses? I feel like that's more of a nerd chip rather than a Goofy. Goofy needs the teeth though. Alright, next question. Can we go bigger with this? Maho. Maho. Maho's like an example of someone who works really hard because he earns in yen. Ah, W Maho, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. You didn't have to do that. But thank you so much, Maho. W Maho. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You know, yen is cheaper. I know. We're both in the same boat, Maho. Both struggling in the same boat. That's why, thank you so much, Maho. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Not just giving gifts. I like to pick out very personalized gifts that go really well, that really go with the person I'm gifting to. Me too. I love picking out gifts. I love picking out stuff that I know that person would like. It's really fun. Yes. I think that's one of the reasons I actually had a throne, right? I have throne, but because I realized that some chips actually wanted to give me like specific personalized stuff. Like I think the first personalized thing I got was from Prinny. So Prinny sent a link to this like plushie, a Claymore plushie, and specifically wanted to get me that Claymore plushie. And I thought, wow, throne is really cool because it means when someone wants to get you something specific, they can actually get it for you. And I thought that was really cute. I thought that was so cute. I wish I could do that for you guys. Like, you know, if I see something you guys like and I'll be like, oh my god, that'd be so cute if this chip had that. I don't know. I think it's really cute because it shows that you're really thinking about the person and you know what they like. I don't know. It's really, for me, it's like a, you know, warm, fuzzy feeling inside sort of thing.
$13.37 has been fished from UA. Thanks for keeping this server running. Dan said to donate if I'm a real chip.
Boss, you're not my chip, you're my boss. Dan? Dan, are you snitching on me on my stream? I think Dan's snitching on me. I think he's like feeding information on my stream to Yoe. Dan, what have you been telling him? Dan? Dan? Thanks, boss, for the server contribution, I guess. I don't know how to feel about the boss saying he's a real chip. What do you mean you would never? He literally said Dan said to donate. He literally said Dan said. He's literally called you out. He literally name dropped you. He literally said it was you. And now you're trying to deny it. Okay, alright. I see. Do my educational streams mean nothing? I try to teach you guys how to take responsibility. And this is what you do? The lack of accountability is crazy. Yoe's bald now? Oh, that's true. Yoe, you know if you say you're a chip, you're bald. Yoe learned his gaslighting skills from Fish. I think we both know Yoe is not capable of gaslighting. There was something I really want to say, but I'm not going to say it. To save Yoe's dignity, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Oh, I really badly want to tell you guys about this. Something Yoe said to me.
$4.04 has been fished from Dunce. Thanks for keeping this server running. Dan and Bossman showing me how to prove that I am a real chip.
Dance, shut the hell up! Oh my god, Dance. Mons! Dance is rage baiting. He's trying to make me angry. Mons, you know what to do. You know what to do to Dance. Dan and Bossman showing you? Okay, Dance, alright. Don't make me expose you, Dance. Don't make me pull out. Don't make me pull it out. Story about Lan teaching Yoe things? Oh no, something else happened recently. But I think Yoe would probably die from embarrassment if I told you guys. I think I'm not like Lan. I'm different. I'm actually, you know what? I'm different I would never do that to Yoe. I'm not gonna say it. I really want to tell. I haven't even told Dan. Maybe I should tell Dan. Dan will bully Yoe for it. Actually, I'm gonna tell Dan. I'm not gonna tell you guys. I'm gonna tell Dan. I need to tell someone. It's funny. Dan, don't worry, Dan. I'll tell you after this stream. I'll tell you after this. It's too funny. Oh god, I need to forget about this. So I'm gonna end up saying. I'm gonna end up leaking it. I shouldn't say it. And you always will be too embarrassed. I can't. I can't talk about it. All right. All right. Isn't blackmail why you pay her? Say it. I have nothing to hide. All right, guys. The boss has given his permission. I was actually giving him a chance to, like, you know, keep me quiet. You know, guys. You know how to keep someone quiet. You know, just, you know, sliding something onto the table. I gave him the chance. I gave him the chance. Just say, you know, I gave him the chance. I gave him the chance. Now, I can't believe this. Okay, so I got a DM from the boss last week. And this DM was, Fish, what is the opposite of a Fujo? What's the word for a man who enjoys Yuri manga? I gotta breathe, I gotta breathe, I gotta breathe. He said... Let's stop there, wait, no, Boshi gave you permission! Boshi gave you permission! Boshi gave you permission! Wait, boss, what do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, you gave me permission. I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance to stop me. I was giving you a big chance to stop me, and you didn't give me any incentives to stop. So I'm afraid I may have to continue. He said, so what's... This is really embarrassing. This is really embarrassing. I actually... Guys, should I actually say it? Should I actually say it? I'm actually a good person. I'm giving him a chance. I'm giving him a chance. No, I have to say it. I have to do it for the content, guys. Okay, I feel like I have to. Okay, so he said, so what is the male equivalent of a Fujo? Someone who enjoys Yuri, and I said, well, it's not really a good word, but it's himedanshi. Like, that is the slang word for a man that enjoys, you know, women on women action. And I don't think boss understood. He was like, I've been reading this manga I really enjoy, but I don't know if it's Yuri. Like, at what point does something become Yuributa? Yeah, so Yuributa as well. But Yuributa is like really, really like rude. But there is Yuributa, but Yuributa is like a different sort of like connotation to it. Either way, he was like, I've been reading this manga and I can't really tell, like, at what point does something become like Yuri or BL? And I was like, and he told me the manga is reading. I was like, no, that's definitely a Yuri manga. The whole point of that manga was the blossoming relationship between two girls, right? Like, it's about a girl slowly falling in love with another girl. And that is the whole focus. It's a romance manga, right? And if it's a shoujo manga, this would be just like regular, you know, female to male or male to female, right? But it becomes Yuri or like girl love if it's like the same gender. It's Amayonosuki. I'm not saying it's a bad manga, boss, but like it is a girl love manga. But and he's like, well, I always thought Fujo had like a negative connotation to it. Is that incorrect? I was like, well, it's kind of like the word otaku. Like people reclaim that term. Yes, it had a bad like meaning to it. It meant, cause, so for people who don't know, Fujoshi means like rotten woman. And like Fudanshi is like a rotten guy. So they're called rotten because they're into like, you know, gay relationships or whatever. They kind of objectify male romance. So Fudanshi is a man who's into BL. Fujoshi is a woman who's into BL. And they're called rotten because they're seen as like so bad. They're not like even fit for marriage or society. So that's why they're called Fujoshi. It was a bad word. And Fujo's kind of reclaimed that term as a proud term to describe what they are. Kind of like how what otaku did, right? And the thing is, like, for the male equivalent of like males who like Yuri, there's not an actual good term for it. like Yuributa was one of the slang words, but it's like it's not a nice. It's like calling someone like a dirty kind of guy. He's a dirty guy because he's like into like girl love. But anyway, he was like, oh yeah, I was just talking about him to you and saying, yeah, but you know, there are some series that are just simply like, yeah, they're romances between the same gender. Like for example, Witch from Mercury, Gundam Witch from Mercury, Suletta and Mio, they're both women, right? And they're both the love interests. So technically, it was girl love, but the whole series of Gundam, I mean, Witch from Mercury is not a Yuri series. It's just mecha. It happens to be that the love interest is also a girl and the main character is a girl. So in that sense, no, that wouldn't be counting as a Yuri series. But if the whole focus is romance, then it's a Yuri series or BL or whatever. So I was explaining that concept to the boss, and then you know what he said? Yay! I am now a proud himedanshi. And I was like, boss. Well, yes, that is the opposite term for a Fujo. You have to be like really into Yuri. Like you only want to consume Yuri media, and you specifically get very excited over female to female intimacy, if you know what I mean. And he was like, oh my god. I was like, oh my god. So you know, I was glad that he told me, because if he said that to someone else, like I'm a proud himedanshi, you know, this could have gone really wrong. But now I'm telling you guys and embarrassing him in front of, like, you know, almost 100 people. That's fine. But you know, Mr. Yao, that's Dad, you are actually diabolical. Oh my god. Amaya no Ski is apparently like a very good series, yes, but if you enjoy that as a story, that doesn't mean that you're a Yuri fan. It just means you enjoy the story. There's a difference. But yes, objectively, it's supposed to be like a very good manga and anime, apparently. Anyway, well, someone had to start the reclamation of the title. You know what? Onyx, you are so right. You know, why did I even shame the boss for saying? You are so right, Onyx. You are so right. Yoei can be the first person who reclaims the title. Yuributa or Himetachi. You know what? You're so right. Maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe Yoei wanted to be the trendsetter. Maybe he wanted to be the first person to reclaim that title. Oh my god. Wait, that's so true. Why did I... You know what? Elmi, you're so right. You're so right. My fault, guys. It's my fault. Oh my god. W8, thank you so much for the super chat, Maho. I'll make sure to hand that over to Yoe. Our very own Yuri lover. That's so funny. Bossman needs to do manga series reviews. Would you do that, Yoe? Are you still here? Are you like dying from embarrassment? I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for exposing you, but you did give me permission. You gave me permission. You said you had nothing to hide, so. Are you gonna take responsibility? Me? Me? What did I do? I simply spoke the truth. You said, I said, I think. I kept the story to myself for such a long time.
$0.37 has been fished from Zaku. Thanks for keeping this server running. WUA, to a new era of Himedanshi recognition.
Oh god, oh my god, my chest is actually hurting from laughing so much. Oh my god. Zaku, let's go. You know what? Zaku, he recognizes that Yoe is trying to reclaim the title, and I respect that. I respect that. Yoe, I really respect that. I really respect you, Yoe. Like, you are so cool. Like, I would never, it couldn't have been me. Like, you know, I couldn't do that, but I'm so proud of you. Like, best boss, W boss. Like, go reclaim that title. Sorry, I got distracted by a Red Panda video. But yes, I think that's amazing. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead. And Tabizaki for recognizing that too, supporting Yoe. Can Yoe give us his view on citrus then? What's citrus? What is that? Was that a manga? What is it? Could it be me, but you're so brave? Am I lying? Haven't watched Citrus. I watched Given. Oh, what are these all like? Are these all like girl love? Are these all Yuri manga? Wait. I haven't watched Citrus. I watched Given until the point they kiss, and I was like, oh damn, this is BL. Oh, Given is the BL one that you spoke about. Oh, I see. Oh, so Citrus is a Yuri. Oh, so is Inev basically outing himself as a Himedanchi? Is Inev one of those Yuributa? No, I'm not gonna... Is Inev a Yuributa? I've gone bright red in the face. Is it because you've just outed yourself? You've just self-reported as a Yuributa? And you're embarrassed now? Guys? Any Yuributa in the chat right now? Put your hand up. Just for research purposes, for research purposes, I'd like to know who the Yuributa in this chat is. All the Yuributas in the chat. Just for research purposes. Can you put your hands up? Boss, Inev, and myself. Okay, Kitsune, Kitsune, you're not a Yuributa because you are you're a girl, right? So it's a bit different. There's a different word for girls who like Yuri. But Inev? Citrus is famous for several reasons. Why is it famous? I've never heard of it. Can't be that famous. I don't think I've had enough experience to confirm or deny for myself at this time, Fish. Are you lying, Magwolf? Are you lying, trying to save yourself? Not one, but I'm willing to convert myself to show support. Okay, so Zaku's not a Yuributa. My hand is staying down. I see. So Inev's one of those guys. I see. I think we can all guess what kind of media Inev likes to consume. Right. That's explains a lot. Right. Anyway, so next question. You have mentioned having a pile of Gengar plushies. If you were a Pokemon gym leader, what would your team be? My team would be Gengar, Esper, Pumpkaboo, Chandelure. No, not Chandelure. I'd have Litwick. And who else? Oh, this is hard to decide. Maybe I have so many Pokemon that I like. Cute Pokemon. Who would I put? Maybe this is really hard to decide. Maybe I'll put oh god, guys, I'm stuttering. Dratini. Put Dratini. That's 45. You need some power in that team. I'm not making them a strong team. I'm doing because I'm picking with the cute ones. Only cute Pokemon. Maybe Minen? Yeah, Minen as well. But I feel like having plus or without Minen is kind of like illegal. Maybe... I don't know. The thing is, I'd have themed teams. I'd have a cute theme team. I'd have a cool mecha-looking theme team. Like, I'd have them. I feel like this is a very in-depth question. Plus or Miner must be together too. I can't split them. You don't need 6 for an early leader. Well, I want a team of 6. I want to have enough Pokemon in my team. I can have all of them. But no, if I had a strength team... Okay, when I did play Pokemon, of course I had my strength, like a team which of all the strong Pokemon, yes. But if it was like my choice and it didn't matter... Well, I guess it was Pokemon Gym Leader. Oh yeah. Gym Leaders usually specialize in like one type. So it'd have to be like all Ghost. Because I'd be a Ghost one. I'd be Ghost or I'd be Water. Do you hate this question because you can't think what Pokemon? I think it's because there's too many... It's kind of like, what's your favorite question for me? I feel like there's a lot of answers here. Gym need 8? Oh. I feel like I need to... Because if it's a gym, right? It has to be themed on one type, right? So, I would have a different team for each one. I guess when I was just a trainer, right? I was just going around carrying my favorite ones. So, it's a very in-depth question. I think like, I have to answer that another time. But to answer the question about the Gengar plushies, well, it's not really a question. But yes, I do have lots of Gengar plushies. I have like more than 10. Right. Next question. Actually, fish champions can mix types. It's a gym leader though. It didn't say champion. Hold on. You can be a gym leader with a level 100 Gengar. I can have like all Gengars on my team. Sadly, I've never played. You've not played a single Pokemon game, Maho. Not a single one. Put a PowerPoint together? That might be... Hold on, let me write that down. That's actually kind of a good idea for a stream. Let me put that down. I'll put it in. I'll do a stream on that. Hold on. Oh, my next week's streams are crazy. I've got so much. I'm gonna move Advanced GG to the next week. Hold on, I need to just write down what my streams are gonna be. I've got like so many things I don't want to do. I need to do another Marrow stream, so I'm gonna put that there. Wait, guys. I'm doing my schedule right now. I'm doing my schedule. I have to write it down now, though. I was gonna forget. Okay, here we go. And here, maybe I'll do it on this week. Yeah. Pokemon teams. Yeah, okay, good, nice. Thanks for the idea. Alright, there we go. So I've got like 3 weeks worth of stream content lined up, guys. Are you excited? We're so back. Alright, not a single console game. I played it all on Game Boy. Fish is a gym leader, chat is T-Rocket. You guys are T-Rocket? Sorry, I'm stretching. You don't like the newest Pokemon games? I stopped after Black. I couldn't play it anymore after that. It just got boring. Alright, are you able to give us any teasers about that Japanese artist you were excited... Who sent this? Are you able to give us any teasers about the Japanese artist you were so excited to work with? Okay, so... I, actually, as a person... I personally, like, I don't particularly like surprises. I don't like surprises. I'm not into surprises. I am a pretty open person. I just whenever I'm able to reveal something, I will reveal it. The only reason I do things like keeping us, you know, things a surprise or whatever is for you guys, because you guys like surprises. Not me. I don't care. I like knowing things instantly, because that just gives me more time to be happy about it. Like, let's say there's like a surprise event at the end of the month. If you don't know about it and you only know about it on the day because it's a surprise, then you only have that one day to be happy about it. Whereas if you know that the event's going to happen at the end of the month, then you have that whole month to anticipate and be happy and be cheerful leading up to the event. So to me, logically, it just makes more sense to like not have surprises, because like you have more time to look forward to it, and you can actually, you know, get a longer happiness ratio. You know, you can like min-max that happiness. So I wanted to talk about this straight away, because like I don't think it doesn't need to be. I don't think it needs to be a surprise, but because you guys like surprises, I'm honoring you guys. That's why I'm not, you know, telling you. So you can wait until it's out. But if you're, like I said, if you're smart, if you're observant, if you're, you know, one of the astute chips, maybe you'd be able to, like, you know, you'd be able to see. You probably would know who it is. If you're smart enough. But most of you are dumb, so that's not gonna happen. And depends on me. I like to look forward to some things. But if you just jump scare us with it, it's different. I think it depends on the on the news, right? The type of news. If it's bad news, then it's a jump scare. And hold on. Hi, Andrew. Oh my God, Andrew. Or Raccoon, I should call you. It was Raccoon Day the other day. Happy belated Raccoon Day to you. Happy belated Raccoon Day. Lovely raccoons. It lets you plan around some things easier too. I think for planning purposes, that's another reason why I hate surprises. Like, I think I told the story with, like, ages ago to you guys about how someone tried to plan a surprise birthday party for me, and then I had my part-time job. Like, and they're like, "Are you gonna be home?" I was like, "No, I've got work." So, you know, it doesn't always work. It doesn't work. So, yeah. It doesn't, you know, someone's surprises, not all surprises are good. It's different if it's like someone surprises you with a little gift. Like, that's the kind of, to me, that's a good surprise. That's like, it's not something you need to anticipate, because a gift is not something you need to expect anyway. But if it's like events or something, I just don't feel the need of making that a surprise event announcement or whatever. And same with things like, you know, music covers, song covers, new outfits, stuff like that. Like, I just feel like, I don't know. I wish I could just show the behind the scenes processes and the background stuff, but I can't, because then it's like spoiling the surprise or whatever. And that really isn't something I really thought about before I started streaming. I thought I could share the background processes of a lot of stuff, but then I found out it seems to be preferred that people want to see it after the thing's already released. So I was like, oh, okay then. Okay, fine. But yeah. For planning purposes, I do think it is better to just know about things up front. It's Kamiya, isn't it? Kamiya's not a music producer. Ed Sheeran? Imagine TRiGGERPHiSH Ed Sheeran collaboration. Chip share brain cells. I don't think we're guessing yet. I know. Roped in the big head. Fish must be collaborating with Hiroyuki Sawano. Oh my god. I don't know how much that guy charges. He must be charging an arm and a leg to make music. I'm sure. There's no way like this man doesn't, like, you know, pick and choose who he gets to work with. I hope one day I'll be famous enough. One day I'll be popular enough for Mr. Sawano to consider me. I'm terrible like that too. Surprise parties are always confusing and like, oh, I'm kind of tired, but it's nice they did this. Yeah, I don't like surprise parties. Like, that is one of the things I absolutely hate, because like it just shows, it just, I don't know, it doesn't make me happy. It makes me stressed. I don't like those. But yeah, little surprises and stuff is cute. That's nice. That's fine. But if it's something like something like, you know, a lot of people are working towards, or some sort of like big event or blah blah, I prefer having more time to internalize it so I can appreciate it more when it happens. For example, like, you know, my birthday, right? Actually, my birthday is a good example. So my birthday, there was supposed to be a surprise kudo board made, but the surprise kudo board ended up being like leaked, or it had to be like revealed, because I didn't know there was gonna be a surprise kudo board for me. Because a lot of streamers that I follow, even bigger ones, right? Like, you know, even Sayu, right? They either made their own kudo boards or had like had their managers make it for them or whatever, or their mods. So I thought, oh well, I'd better make one because I want to see messages from you guys. But it turns out the chips were already like organizing one as a surprise, and I didn't know. So obviously they had to reveal it, right? Because I was gonna make my own otherwise. And I think that's an example of where surprises don't really work out, because, and also it's also an example of why it's better for me, because when I found out about that, it made me really happy. Like, oh my god, the chips are organizing something like that for me. And it put me in a really, really like high mood all the way up until my birthday, because I was anticipating. I was like so excited. I was like, oh my god, they're writing messages for me. They're like doing all that for me, and it put me in such a nice mood. It made me so happy. So it prolonged my happiness, and because I got to terms with it and I got to like internalize, oh my god, that's being done for me. I truly got to really have that deep feeling of happiness. Whereas if I was surprised with it on the day, I think I would have been going through too much. Like, I'm not very good with like kind of internalizing and coming to terms with things fast when something big happens, because it's like a lot for me to take in, and I need time for it to kind of like settle in. I need time for it to internalize. So I was really glad. I know the kudo board thing, people weren't happy that the fact they had to reveal it, but to me, I was very happy because it gave me time to sort of come to terms with it and appreciate it more. Whereas I wouldn't have appreciated it. I wouldn't have appreciated it as much if I was like jumped with it on the day. I'd be like I'm feeling really stressed. I would be really stressed by it. That's why I don't like surprises. Again, small things like small gifts, those surprises are fine. But when it comes to big organized events, it really stresses me the hell out when it's like a surprise like jumped on me. Because not because it requires anything from me, but it's because like it doesn't give me enough time mentally to come to terms with it. And I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad like about anything they've done. Obviously I still appreciate it, but I would appreciate it more if I had more time to kind of get to terms with it. That's all I'm saying. Surprise gifts are one thing. Surprise, hey, come do this with us for 4 hours and drop your plans is not my idea of fun. Yeah, I don't like that. Oh god, I really, really, really don't like that. What if Henry Cavill surprises you a happy VTuber day? I'd be very happy in that case. But again, that doesn't sound like an organized event. I was once given a python with 0 warning preparation. Huh? You were once given a python with 0 warning, preparation, or reptile experience. I was ill prepared. That is crazy. That's crazy. The best I've had for those sort of kinds of surprises to be told to keep a certain day free in advance. See, at least if they say keep this day free, then you can still anticipate they're planning something for you. That's better than not being told anything. That's much better than not being told a single thing, not a single word. That's awful in my opinion. Which is like what happened to me when one of my friends made a surprise birthday party, and you know I was going to work that day. It's like, and I was made to feel like I was a bad guy for some reason. That was crazy. Hold on. Literally me, it's a bit stressful, and I'm not sure how to process it if I feel jumped. Okay, yeah, I think process was the word I was trying to think of, not like internalize. I'm very slow at processing like big things. When someone does something really huge for me, especially when it's organized, it's a lot for me to process because I'm not really... I say I'm not used to it, to be honest. I'm lucky, I'm very lucky. Like, a lot of people do nice things for me, but I really need time to process it because I never expect it, and it's not that I feel like I don't deserve these things, but I'm usually thinking from the other point of view, like what the other person must have been feeling, or how much effort the other people must have put in, and it takes me a long time to sort of process that sort of thing and appreciate it. So when I'm kind of like jumped with it, my brain's kind of going haywire trying to process it, all these feelings really fast. It takes me a while to process feelings is what I'm trying to say. I guess that's the simplest form. It takes me a while to process feelings, so I would prefer a heads up so I have more time to process those feelings, so I'm more comfortable and I get, you know, I can min-max the happiness. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. And yeah, it does stress me a bit, yeah. Glad to know I'm not alone in that though, Dance. I do kind of appreciate the awkward or unfiltered reactions from surprise gestures though. Sometimes that can go really wrong. Because some people get mega stressed out and they seem like they don't appreciate it because their stress response actually comes out first. And then they get like, you know, they're suddenly the bad guy because, you know, they're not showing appreciation. And then suddenly everyone hates them and saying they don't appreciate it enough or whatever. I think that's a bit, you know. You still have your Python? I'm glad you learned to take care of it. We did this for you without your knowledge. You're obligated to appreciate it. That's literally what happened to me on my surprise party. Why would you work on your birthday? No, so the person who organized it just basically victimized themselves. They're like, I went through all this effort to organize this for you. And it's like, how is that my fault that you didn't check that I was free? They're like beating themselves up about it, but like, it felt like it was put on me. And everyone else was like, oh my god, you should like, everyone else was kind of almost like gaslighting me to kind of taking responsibility somehow for their feelings. This is why girls can be exhausting sometimes, guys. They're just really very good at manipulating feelings. But not me though. I'm like ungaslightable, and that's why I'm always a bad guy. Because I don't ever do the right thing of like, you know, being gaslit. All I can do is say, oh wow, thanks, but I feel like that's kind of nothing response. Dance, are you me? Like, I'm thankfully not so bad where I like start freaking out. I can at least utter out a wow, thanks. But yeah, it feels like, it doesn't feel like it's actually what's the word? It's not actually not depicting. It's not actually adequately displaying my full feelings. It's not, so I feel like, yeah, it feels like a nothing response. It doesn't feel like there's any heart in it because I haven't managed to like, yeah, it doesn't feel genuine. Like, is it portraying? I don't know if I'm no, it's a word that means like giving, like, you know, it doesn't incorporate the full like genuine feeling of my feeling, like, because I haven't had time to process it. So like I feel really bad. Like, I really feel guilty about it afterwards. Like, you know, when I was in Vexpo, right, the Chips organized like so many surprises for me, and I felt very guilty because I felt like I didn't adequately, like, or sincerely give my sincerely show my gratitude, because I didn't have enough time to process all of the stuff that happened, that was done for me. Because I didn't have enough time to process it, I feel like I just didn't, I wasn't appreciative enough. I didn't come across as appreciative enough, and that made me feel like really, really bad for a while. So yeah, I just prefer having like a longer time to be able to process things, just so I can like truly appreciate it more. Yeah, I don't know. But I know that, you know, world does not revolve around me, so not everyone can do that. But yeah, I think you definitely got to know the target, and if that's okay. Yeah, if you know someone doesn't have a job, maybe you can take like a risk and yeah, make a surprise birthday party. But if you know someone's a full-time student working a part-time job, what are the chances they're going to be free on the weekend? What are the chances? I always fear that because I don't really know how to react or show happiness properly. See, I feel like I can react and show happiness if I've had time to process something. I can react and show happiness adequately. It's just I feel like I can't if it's sort of like jumped on me, you know? Surprise out of nowhere. And I think that's why I don't like surprises. His name is Set. He's an angriest little noodle. The sudden gift required me to purchase reptile stuff. They gave him to you in a pillowcase? Oh my god, that's crazy. Right, I wouldn't say or do anything to anyone and surprise. I wouldn't say do anything to anyone and surprise them, but there should be some work done to prepare. That's part of how I gifts for someone when I try to personalize them. Hold on. You say that I'm you at least once a week. You just say things that make me think, oh my god, that's me. Yeah, it feels like I'm not. It doesn't feel like I'm genuinely accepting their generous gift. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I get that feeling. I think that's what I mean as well. JP, it's been ages since I've seen you. How have you been? I don't think any of those words are the ones I was thinking of. Taco, but I feel like that's a word. I just don't remember my words anymore. Me too ESL, guys. Me too dumb. Hold on. Next question. Me is a busy man. What are you busy with, JP? What are you doing? Too busy for me? Crazy. Fish, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. Just wondering how you maintain a strong sense of self-esteem despite your mother. I often see people in similar situations losing their self-esteem and taking years before they can rebuild it to healthy levels. Even as grown adults, they remain terrified or emotionally scarred, which leaves them vulnerable in various ways. Was it just your personality that helped you? This is an interesting question. Because it's something that I question myself, because I don't have an answer to this. And I think I spoke about this yesterday. It's the whole like nature versus nurture thing. I didn't receive any nurturing, but I think my strong sense of self-esteem must be my personality, surely, because I've been like this since I was a kid. I've not really changed too much. I mean, the person that's known me the longest that you guys know is Gumi, right? And she said to you guys that I've not really changed since she's first met me. And I'm pretty much the same as I am, like, you know, how I am on stream. I'm pretty much the same on stream. She's known me the longest, so she's obviously a more accurate judge of character than I am in that sense. But obviously for me as well, I know that I've stayed pretty consistent as a person for a long time. And that might be due to my strong sense of self. I think because I have a strong sense of self, that I have a strong self-esteem. I think that's what it is. As for how or why I have a strong sense of self, I don't know. Because other people who've been in like similar situations and like upbringing as me, they learned a lot of things that was wrong and like objectively wrong, and they believed it because their parents taught them that, right? Whereas I refuse to kind of believe the bad things my mom tried to make me believe, or do the bad things that my mom tried to make me do. I somehow inherently knew it was wrong, but I don't know how I knew that, and it's something that I still question because I don't know how I knew. I don't know how I knew. How did I know? Like I said, I think the only thing I can say is that it must be because of books, because I've been reading books since a really young age, about 4 or 5 years old. So I can only really credit it to reading, I think. Maybe reading made me like big brain. Maybe it's that. I think it's reading. W reading. Everyone should read books. From what you said, it does sound like you've had a strong sense of self and naturally maintained it. Yeah, but where did it come from? Taking a step back and objectively determining what will actually help the situation, I guess. Yeah, but how does a kid know how to do that? How does a child know that? So she's still chuny? Tuning is different though. Tuning is like you think you have superpowers or special abilities. I'm not tuning. You just seem like a logical approach type of person. I think that helped. I'm definitely more on the logical side, but how do I become like that? This is for a psychiatrist. Well, I think you need therapy if it's like affecting your life in a bad way, right? I don't think anything. I don't think I'm having a bad life or suffering or anything. But I don't want to read. But Drake, what if you enjoy reading? What if you try and you enjoy it? What about shows like reading, like Reading? Was that in the UK? I don't know what that is. I'm reading more manga recently. That counts, right? I think it counts, maybe. Fish tonight. I'm not tuning, guys. I really am. Wait, are you saying you guys don't believe that I'm a super rich streamer that owns 40 Lambos? Do you think I'm just making it up? You think I'm tuning? You think that I'm not actually the #1 streamer in the world? Exclamation mark Glaze, by the way. You think I'm making this up? Guys, I'm not tuning. It's real. If you don't believe me, that's not my fault. Anyway, so I don't know, I don't know if, I don't know if, you think I got isekai'd? You think I got isekai'd? I don't know, maybe, like, I don't, because my mom's never told me that I said any creepy things, like, talking about a past life. She's never said anything like that. So, I thought those kids who get, like, you know, reincarnated from a past life, they say things from their past life. My mom's never said I've said anything like that. So I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. It's something I've questioned a lot. And I've spoken about it with Gumi as well, like to a big extent, because like we had very similar experiences when we were growing up. But she turned out much differently, and she had to unlearn a lot of things. Like, you know what someone said here? I see a lot of people, it takes years before they can rebuild it to healthy levels and stuff like that. Well, I guess it's more specifically about self-esteem. With Gumi, it was more about stuff she had to relearn because what her mom taught her was wrong. Whereas when my mom tried to teach me wrong things, I just knew it was wrong and I didn't believe her. Gumi won't mind me saying this. She won't mind me saying this. I'm going to say, like, one of the things her mom taught her was every parent hates their kids. Nobody wants to be a parent. And being a parent is stressful, and no parent really actually loves their kids. And Gumi was told that from when she was young, right? And she believed it. She believed that, you know, she was a burden on her mother, and she wasn't supposed to be, like, born, and she should be grateful that her mother's taking care of her and stuff like that. And guys, she came from a crazy Japanese family. And the thing is, I was kind of like, that's such a wrong thing to tell a child. Well, not every parent is a good parent, right? So she was taught that by her mum, and she believed it. Whereas I was taught the same thing by my mum. She told me the same thing. I was never told, my mom never said she loved me. My mom despised me, especially when I was a child. She despised me because I looked like my dad. I looked really similar to my dad. Like, she hated my dad. Like, she absolutely, she really hated my dad, and she hated me. Well, for many reasons she hated me, but I think one of the reasons she hated me was because I looked like my dad. Like, she did say it a lot. She said, because she said how much she hated me because I looked like him. So, and she used to, like, you know, throw things at me because, like, you know, so you look like your father, get out of my sight. And she'd, like, literally throw things. She'd literally chuck things at me. And but, like, even though, like, normally in a normal situation, a kid will probably feel like, oh my god, I wish I didn't look like my dad. Oh my god, my mom hates me because, and I'm the problem. Basically, a normal child will probably think they're the problem. But when I went and like Gumi did it, Gumi thought she was the problem, right? But not me. I was like, oh my god, this crazy witch. How was I thinking that at the age of 5 or 6? How was I thinking that? I never thought I was the problem. I genuinely thought my mom was a psycho, like, from a young age. And I don't know how I knew that, because I didn't have anyone to... Who was I comparing her to? Because obviously Gumi didn't think that about her mom. She never thought her mom was crazy. She thought her mom was right. Whereas I was like, oh my god, this crazy psycho. Like, from the... I thought that from a young age. Like, ever since I remember, I never liked my mom. I always thought she was crazy. I thought she was a psycho. I literally thought she was psychotic, like, from my earliest memories. Like, how did I know that, though? How did I know? Sorry, my point is, I'm comparing two very similar circumstances, whereas in a normal situation like Gumi, she was a very normal child. A normal child would internalize it and think they're the problem and believe their parent because she's their parent. Whereas with me, I was like, oh my god, that psychotic witch, how dare she? I'm just wondering how I got to that stage at a young age. But yeah, it really depends on if you differentiate the lies you're told. Research, media, and other things that broaden your worldview can really help realize them. So I've come to that same conclusion, Gabriel. I'm assuming it's because I must have seen normal families on TV and also from reading about them in storybooks. And I must have believed, oh, that's the norm. And she is not the norm. Maybe. I can only assume that. Also, like, I had... Oh, you know what? Maybe another thing is that Gumi didn't have any other family members. Like, she didn't have, like, aunts and uncles or anything. Whereas my mom... I had aunts from my mom's side, right? And my aunts are really, like, loving, good people, normal people, not crazy psychotic witches. So, I think maybe I could have been using them as a comparison. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I was too young to even remember. But kids don't know how to differentiate through knowledge like adults. See, that's... Yeah. Well, I must have been a smart kid. But I'm still wondering, because I don't think I read that much. At least at the age of 5 or something. How did I know? I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. Kids can see a happy family and think, damn, that's not how mine works. Yeah, but a lot of kids see that, but they still kind of resign themselves into their family dynamic. It's to the point like where kids who are abused at home end up in abusive relationships for the rest of their lives because they're so used to being abused. They're not used to being treated well. And there's so many women in relationships like that, right? You hear about so many women in domestic violence relationships because those women were usually experienced domestic violence at home from a young age, and they can't break the mold because that's natural. Psychologically, that's natural because the first 3 years of your life are formative to the way you form attachments and your personality develops and everything else, and so it's completely natural for that to happen. Undoing that is a lot of work. It's a lot of learning. And that's one thing I really respect about Gumi, right? Like, she really changed herself. She went through a lot to learn how to rebuild herself. And she did that, like, while she was a teenager as well, all the way up, you know, in her 20s and stuff like that. So she changed, but not everyone is capable of doing that. Not everyone is capable. And... that's why I don't think I'm, like, the right person to ask this sort of question, because I never had to... Because I agree. There are people in similar situations who lose self-esteem, lose everything, and it takes years. Only some people are capable of even rebuilding. Some people just don't. They stay affected for the rest of their life. For me, I never had to rebuild anything because I don't think anything was broken down. I guess my trust in humans was broken down. But it's not like I'm incapable of trusting people. It's just they have to prove themselves that they are a genuine person and genuinely caring person for me to trust them. And I don't think that's like abnormal. I think that's just safe. I think that's safe. But maybe the fact that I'm very tired of and I don't really have much energy to invest in people, maybe that's a direct result of all of what I've been through. I'm not sure, to be honest. I've not really thought too deeply about it. I don't think too deep, guys. I'm dumb. Me head empty, me brain dead. Fish is old from the beginning. It's a joke. I know people like to say that as a joke. You know, my parents used to say the same thing to me. My parents used to say the same thing. Like, I was like a granny from the beginning, from a young age. I was like stressing about bills from the age of 7. I wasn't even paying the bills. But yeah. I remember I had this distinct memory from the age of 7 of like having to turn all the lights off and making sure the electrics are turned off because of like the electric bills. And like, I wasn't even paying the bills. And my mom didn't even like, no one complained about bills. So why was I worried about bills? My parents just rich. She can pay the bills. I don't know why. Fish was unk coded from the age of 5. No, my unk phase happened when I was a teenager, I think. I was just granny coded from the age of 5. I went from a granny to an unk. Hold on. Yes, my friend felt the same way and it really messed him up for years. Did your friend manage to like rebuild themselves, Dance? You rolled high on perception to her BS. Honestly, I think that is what saved me. Like, I'm just anti-gaslightable. Like, I can't get gaslit. I think she trained me for it. Yeah, I must have rolled high. Got the good RNG. It took me a long time to recognize that pattern and shatter that mold to free myself. But good on you, though, Andrew. Like, honestly, like, I'm glad you did break out of it because that's the most important thing, isn't it? Changing and improving. Because if you are stuck in the same mold and digging yourself into deep holes and never getting out, then you lose the motivation to live. And that's actually why I don't get along with my dad, my biological dad, because he is someone who has never broken the mold. He's never shattered out of it. He's never been freed. He's just in his own hole. And I just don't have the energy to put up with that. And that's something that had been... I don't know if you guys... I think Inev maybe picked up on this, but I've been like feeling really down. Recently. I've been feeling really stressed and like... Because like... I guess it's more in the forefront of my mind. Like, yes, I don't get along with my dad. I don't like him because he's one of those kind of people who are stuck in that hole. But like, what if he dies? How am I going to feel? And like, I have a very complicated relationship because of this. It's not that I hate him, but it's like, I don't particularly like him. But then what if I feel sad if he dies? And then I'd regret it. There must be a logical answer to this. And it's like, I'm combing over it in my head thinking, oh my God, like, what if he dies? Like, how am I going to feel? I don't know. But then what if I realize it after he's dead and it's too late? Well, like, what do I do now to fix things? Is it fixable? What am I supposed to do? Like, how are you supposed to have a relationship with someone who's digging themselves in a deep hole and never gets themselves out? Someone with a very high external locus of control. Someone who never takes responsibility. Someone who always blames external factors. Like, how are you supposed to have a relationship with that sort of person? Is it realistic? Can you do it? I don't know. These are like questions that I've been like thinking about for weeks. Since my dad had the stroke, and I still don't have an answer to it. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, if there's anyone else in that situation, you're not alone. You're valid. Your feelings are valid, guys. Did you always want to be told that your feelings are valid? Hold on. Sorry, I'm a bit behind in the comments. I think the teenage years is when you start to smell the BS normally. It's really important. It heavily relies on your access to actual normal people like friends and teachers. But then there's a lot of people who do have access to friends, normal people like friends and teachers, and they still don't realize what they're going through is wrong. Because they believe it's normal for them. I don't know. That's what I've observed anyway. You had to change your entire worldview and question your foundational assumptions of what normal life looks like. Sounds so hard to go through. It is a big process, and that's why a lot of people can't do it, because it's psychologically speaking, right? So if you go, psychologically speaking, the first 3 years, I already said this earlier, are very, very formative on how you develop as a person, personality-wise, psychologically and mentally, everything. All the foundation, the basis is set in those first 3 years. So unwiring all of that, reteaching your bare bones foundation as a human, as who you are as a human, it's incredibly difficult. It's understandable why a lot of people can't do it. And I think you need a very high internal locus of control to be able to achieve that. And obviously Gumi is someone like that, which is why she was able to achieve it. But not everyone can. And it's, to me, it's very hard to talk to people who are always stuck in that hole and can never get out. They refuse to kind of do the work on themselves. They refuse to change, refuse to improve themselves. They just want to feel sorry for themselves forever. It happens when you have bad friends too. You gotta learn when you have... Yeah. I think that's also another thing. A lot of people get peer pressured, right? So they have their bad friends and they don't realize their friends are bad. They genuinely believe their friends are good for them, and then their friends get them into like bad habits, like stealing, drugs, drinking, blah, blah, blah. And it ruins their life. And I think that's especially a case with young people, especially in America. Recognizing when people are good for you is also a very important trait. If you're homeschooled and kicked out at like 18, you're toast. Yeah. Oh my god, I feel so sorry for homeschool people. I swear the light turn off thing was another way to enforce control. No, my mom just wanted everything turned off at night. Understandably. Like, I still do that habit, and I don't think it's a bad habit, turning like all the electrics off, like the unnecessary ones like lights. I think it is like, you know, better to do things. It's like, okay, forget about the environment. It's so much effort to change the light bulbs. So you have to turn it off just to save yourself the effort of changing the light bulbs. The master is immune to it. Did you just call me the master of gaslighting? Oh, guys, I would never gaslight you. I only ever tell you the truth, alright? Something really important to know is that being happy by yourself is so much better than being unhappy with the wrong person. Some people are comfortable with being unhappy with the wrong person, which is why they stay in that situation. He did, it was difficult, nearly broke me trying to help him through it, but he's so much better now. You're a good friend for trying to help him through it though, Don. I'm glad you got better friends, Kitsune. I think you'll feel neutral unless your relationship changes. Upset for the death, but happy to avoid the problems. No, I don't think I'd be happy. I'd feel guilty, but I don't know the base of that guilt. I think that's what the issue is. I'm already feeling guilty, but I don't know why I should feel guilty. There's nothing I can do. I'm not like a rich... If I was the richest person in the world, you know, I would help him. I could. I'd help him out of all his problems. And just, you know... Money doesn't fix everything, but, you know, it fixes a lot of stuff. Let him, I guess, do his bad habits until he dies. At least, you know, I helped in some way. I guess it's because I have no way of helping him. And feeding his bad habits is not helping. So... I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what would make me feel better about it. And I think that's what the issue is. I'm gonna feel guilt for the rest of my life, and I don't want to live like that. I don't want to live a life full of guilt. So, I don't know. I guess I have to think more on it. Hold on. It's certainly a difficult situation. I would also not know what to do. So I've been like trying to read. I know, guys, you might judge me for this. Okay, can we just like have an open zone? A judging free English. Can we have this open zone? No, I don't get judged. Can I just say something without being judged? Are you guys okay with that? Like, are you gonna judge me if I say this? Can you guys like pinky promise you're not gonna judge me? Can you judge? Can you like promise, guys? Cause like I'm gonna have to ban you if you don't like, you know, promise this. I'm gonna have to ban you from the chat. Judgment free zone. Thank you, Drake. Thank you for the English. All right, promise. Judgment free zone, guys. I went on Reddit. Guys, I went on Reddit. Am I a Redditor now? I didn't post, if that counts. I went on Reddit. I know. You guys might judge me for this, and I get it. Like, you might judge me. I went on Reddit, and anyway, I was on Reddit, so I was like looking for like people who like were in like similar situations, and some market research though, right? It was. I was trying to see people who had like a similar situation where like their like dad had died and they had like a complicated relationship, or parent had died and they had a complicated relationship, and how they were feeling about it afterwards. And it seems there's no answer. There's no one who's actually had the answer of like how they cracked the code, of like how they managed to escape the bad feelings. So I think it's normal for me to be confused about this, because it's difficult, because it seems like other people have not found the solution for it either. Did you apply for a mod position? They badly wanted me as a mod. They were begging me. They're like, oh my god, you have so many Lambos. Oh my god, please be our mod. But like, yeah, no. Unfortunately, I had to turn it down. You know, I'm so busy. I was like, sorry, I know you want me so badly, I know, but like, I can't. I've got to stream to the chips. That's more important. I can't be a Reddit mod. I've got to stream to the chips, guys. No, they understood. Don't worry, they understood. Hold on. Real, I hate changing light bulbs. I literally have a light that's out in my flat and it's been out for months because I just can't change it. Someone please change my light bulb! Peer pressure can help you experience new situations and go out of your comfort zone, but may also cause a lot of trouble depending on your friends. Yeah, peer pressure is good if it's good people. If it's good people. For me, I personally need peer pressure. I am so lazy. I don't think you guys understand the extent of my laziness. Like, if my friends want to play games, I'll be like in bed, snuggled up, being like, yeah, have fun with that. I need to be peer pressured by my friends. I need them to say, get out of bed right now and play games. Like, turn your PC on, get out, lock it. Like, I need to be like peer pressured into doing something. But obviously, good stuff like that, fun things. No one can, I don't know, like peer pressure me into doing drugs or whatever. So, but like sometimes I do need to be peer pressured into doing things. I won't do things on my own accord. It's why I was really happy when Reina was like staying with me for a bit, because she basically peer pressured me to leave the house and go outside. She was like peer pressuring me like crazy. Like, come on, it's a nice day, let's go. We can take a walk and go to this cafe. And if she hadn't done that, I would have never left. I would just been like holed up in my room for like a whole 2 weeks. So can we guilt trip you into doing things? You know, you guys literally like peer pressure me into streaming like almost every day, right? If you guys didn't exist, I wouldn't be streaming this much. I think I told you already, when I first started streaming, I didn't expect to like, you know, stream this much because like I had no intention to. I was like, oh yeah, I'll do it a bit. Maybe 3 times a week. I'll just like talk, you know, maybe play a bit of games, play Apex a few times a week. I'm gonna ignore the chat as well. I'm not gonna talk to them. And that was my intention. But you guys peer pressured me into like streaming almost every day. I hope you guys are, you know, taking responsibility for this. I think it goes back to personality and security in oneself. It's easier for their brain to invent reasons to maintain the status quo than to change and risk everything. I used to be a massive risk taker. I've changed now. I still like taking risks, but I take calculated risks now. I mean, I've always taken... okay, I'm a massive calculated risk taker. There we go. I've been forgetting to turn off the laptop some nights. Need to remember. That's just gonna fry your battery though. Maybe that you're not actively trying to help him, but you know you can't afford to give full support without ruining yourself. Exactly. Like, if I had to support my dad to try and help him, I have to sacrifice my life. And why am I sacrificing a life for a whole ass adult? I'll sacrifice my life for my sister. She's still a kid. But why for a whole ass adult that can't take responsibility? That doesn't make sense. You know? Yes, we can. I'll bill you in marrows. As in, you're gonna send me a bill in my marrow? Or you want me to write marrows back as the bill? If I wrote marrows to you guys, you know what it's gonna say? Bald. L ball chip. That's what it's gonna say. Hold on. How many fishes does it take to change a light bulb? Listen, if it was in the UK, I can change it. I change light bulbs all the time in the UK. It's different in Japan. There's no like set light bulb thing. It's different. It's different here. You don't get it. I do not understand the light in my open kitchen living room area thing. Couldn't Sony friend do it? I didn't ask. Is it the strange bulb you talk? Yeah, it's a strange bulb thing. Like, I don't even know how to take it off. I should have asked him, but... Well, it's not like he would have known, and he's stupid as well. He's an electrical engineer, but I'm the most stupid one. I should have told him though. Held him at gunpoint. Humans have been around for over 10,000 years, but we still suffer from many of the same social and relational problems with no ironclad solutions. I just believe there's a solution for everything. Just we haven't discovered it yet. I haven't discovered it yet. I'm not big brain enough. I have to think about it more. Stop talking about me. Oh, Maho, are you like that as well? You need like people to like pressure you to go out. We miss you when you're gone. You know what? If you didn't, I wouldn't stream, so maybe it's a good thing. Guys, miss me more, otherwise I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm gonna be like, you know, piece of pad. I do believe in fairies. I do. I'm like Tinkerbell. I'm gonna disappear. If you don't say, fish stream, come back. If I ever say one day, oh, Chips, I'm too tired to stream. Can I just stay in bed and just cancel the stream? Do not enable me. Do not say, oh, it's okay, Fish, take lots of rest. Do not do that. If you do that, you're gonna ruin me. You're gonna say, lock in, we want to see you stream today, but we miss you, Fish, we miss you. If you do that, if you emotionally like guilt trip me and blackmail me, I'll be streaming, don't worry. I don't need it. I'm not telling you it's a bad thing. You can do it, do it, do it. Like, feel free to do that. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna stop streaming. Just don't let me fall into my lazy habits. Like, literally, don't let me become lazy. If I do, it's over. It's over for both of us. All of us. It's so over. Become addicted to card games and become a mini gambler. Leave to success. I'm too stupid for card games, and maybe that's a good thing. She's a hate marrow writer. You guys literally write me hate marrows all the time. I think I have a few. I'd frame anything you wrote to me. Do you guys frame my letters? Should I more? You can. I do believe in fish. I do. I do. Ooh, it's basically the universal sound of I miss my streamer. I can't tell. Sometimes I feel like you guys are very performative. The performative chips. Alright, next question. I don't know if I answered this properly, but like, to answer this question, I guess it must be just my personality. There wasn't really anyone helping me. But if we're talking about when I'm older, when I was older, I guess I did have my peers. As I got into my teen years, like when I was like 11 or 10, 11, that's when I started joining like forums, like anime forums and stuff. So the members of like the anime forums, they were older than me, right? So I guess they were kind of like my role models or like mentors, I don't know. And they were all very socially well adjusted and normal people, like mentally. So they were kind of like they listened to me and they acknowledged that what I was going through was actually wrong. I can't believe she actually went through the power of anime. You know what? I mean, I'm still friends with those forum people. One of them's dead now, but that forum friend was the backbone of like why I was You know what? I need to give more credit to that friend. I think without that friend, I may have done something drastic. If I didn't have that friend to vent to, maybe I wouldn't have been here today, thinking about it. So, maybe it's not just my personality. I think I was lucky enough to have good people who helped me in my life. Forum friends. And then when I was 18, I met Gumi. Like, but obviously I have to say thanks to my forum friends first, because they were the first people in my life who were actually my friends outside of school. My school friends were also good too, but I didn't really like confide in my school friends apart from one of them, the one that got married to that ancient history nerd. I vented to her a lot, but she didn't like truly understand. Like, but despite going through similar things, she had like I don't know. But my forum friends though, I really appreciated them, especially the one that's unfortunately has passed away. They all really helped me. So doubly friends. Power of friendship, guys! With the power of friendship, you can achieve everything. Wait, Dance, did you ask this? Wait, Dance, did this come from you? Did this come from you, Dance? Well, thanks for the question, I guess. Right. Ah! A glazed marrow! Fish is extremely rich, successful, beautiful, with lots of hair. Ton of private jets and 10 private islands, 50 plus Lambos. This is so real and true. Oh, and intelligent. Also my Oshi. You know what, W marrow? We're gonna keep this on the screen just so everyone sees what a true good marrow looks like. Is this W glaze? Thank you, Inev. Right, this is a great marrow, guys, and I think everyone should be using that as an example. I'm gonna keep that on the screen. W me. Hi. Hey, Fish. Random and curious question. What kind of British accent do you have? I would say I have a standard British accent. A standard British south of England accent. That's my accent. If you want to get more specific, it would be like a Cambridge area accent, I suppose. Did you screen these, or are these just your marrows in a row? I picked random ones. But I don't like prepare answers. I just pick them, and then I just put them in. I don't like think about it. I don't read too deeply because I like to have my answers like as candid as possible. And that's why I'm like when I answer them, because I genuinely haven't prepared an answer. I just wake up in the morning, go through my marrows, and pick out random ones that my sweet glazed eyes think, oh, that might be good to answer, and then I answer live on stream. Yes. To answer this question, yeah, south of England, Cambridge. I don't know. I'm not really sure, to be honest, because it's really hard to say what accent I have, because I lived in London for half my life, and then I also like lived in I also live in Japan, so my accent's really messed up. Okay, some of the ways I pronounce my vowel sounds are really, really bad. It's so bad, like A. Sometimes I say A, or I say I. And I can hear myself like making those diphthong sounds like incorrectly, and it really triggers me when I hear it. So I can't exactly tell you the accent thing. You've noticed it? Grrr. Can you not notice these things? It makes me feel embarrassed. I don't like it. And I've also got like the whole Americanized intonation when I speak. The whole like waving form of the way I speak. That's like very American Disney style, I feel. But you have to do that here in Japan. Alright, last question. It's been 4 hours. I think this one's from Dunce. You're so cute. It's actually insane how cute you are. The way you wiggle, the big old anime eyes, and the head empty stare, your scratchy morning voice, and your lovely singing voice. You're shockingly full of head of beautiful hair. I always feel like you're there for me when I feel down and lost. No wonder everyone loves you. So I have to do this. Please let me have this one moonshot. I promise it will be the only one. It's been driving me crazy, having to hold these feelings in. I'm in love with you, Chips. Please go out with me. This is Dunce. Well, Dunce has confessed to you, Chips. What do you say? Are you accepting the confession? Sorry, that was my drink. Can't be true, except you have hair. Who is this chip with hair that you're talking about? The lovely singing voice, scratchy morning voice, head full of hair chip. Who is that? Dance. Do you care to elaborate? Do you care to elaborate? If I accept, I have to be chip number 1. Can many chips accept this? Alright, well, if I'm literally you, then I have hair. You're like me if I were bald. Which might happen soon. I think I'm balding, guys. I think I'm balding. Alright, was that the last one? Hold on, no, there's this one. This was also written by Dunce. This is written by Dunce. I know it's written by Dunce. I know this came from Dunce. It wasn't? Who was it? Who was it? Jackus? It's Jackus. Alright, okay. If it wasn't Dunce, it was Jackus. Right, hello, TRiGGERPHiSH. You know why I keep saying it's Dance? Because he gets triggered every time I say that, so... Hello, Triggerfish. This is Sundar Pichai. Is this like in Japanese? Sundar Pichai. Did it have the same like pronunciation as Japanese? Sundar Pichai. Pichai, the CEO of Google. I am sending this message to you to inform you that an anonymous user has written a Google document with you as the subject. Whilst we at Google are happy to host such files, the issue we face is that the size of this document has now exceeded 10 exabytes in size. While we cannot provide a transcript here, frequently used words include bald, gaslighting, and hate watcher. In addition to this, the document has an unusually high number of spelling mistakes, with AI estimating the spell check indicated. With AI estimating the spell check indicated to be approximately 500 parsec long. As I am sure you are aware, hosting a document of this size causes considerable financial strain for a small indie company like Google. So I am sending this message in the hopes that as the subject of the document, you are able to provide a financial contribution equivalent to 4 Lamborghinis a month to aid in its upkeep. I look forward to your response. Kind regards, Sundar Pichai. Well, you got what you wanted. I laughed. Now what? Now what? Now what? You want me to roleplay? And say, no, Mr. Sundar, no, please! Please! Delete the document, I'll pay Lambus to delete it! Please, Mr. CEO, please! Please, I'm on my knees, please! Delete it, please! Is that what you wanted me to do? In your dreams, Chips. Anyway, that marks the end of our Marrows. Sorry, I'm stretching. Okay, sorry, stretch is over. Calling Google a small company, confirmed chip energy. The spelling mistakes was the funniest part, I think. He wanted to pay to keep it up. Yeah, I was gonna pay to take it down. Why would I want a hate watcher document? A cancellation document to be kept. Why would I pay for that to be upkept? Anyway, W Marrows. I answered the fun ones today. Boring. What's your favorite? Ugh, those boring ones I'll answer another day. I'll put that on. Hold on, I'll put that on week 4. Let me move that. Let me put it in. I'll put it in now. I guess I'll do it now. What's your favorite? Q&A. Okay. You know why I don't want to answer this as well? Because there's questions about what's your favorite XYZ. It requires such long answers because I have to give every situation favorites, you know? Like if they ask me what's your favorite Kamen Rider, I'm gonna break down the top 5 of every single like era. I don't think a human can write text worth exabytes in their lifetime. No, they probably can't, but I think it was still funny to read. Right. Sounds like yes/no questions. What's your favorite apple? What's your favorite fruit? Yes. What's your favorite Kamen Rider? Yes. I invite more tier list content. Did you guys actually enjoy that tier list stream? That was a lot of yapping. If you want me to like tier list other stuff, you can give me ideas. Again, you can send it in Marrows as well if you want to see me tier list stuff. Red panda, yes. Well, what's your favorite animal? Yes. Yes, unironically. Wait, you guys actually like the tier list? Oh, what's your favorite Apex weapon? Okay, alright, okay. So even that one is hard because it depends on my mood. Like you ask me that, depending on the time you ask me, the answer will change. If you ask me like, you know, a month ago, I'd say Wingman. Ask me now. Ask me now, and I'm gonna say an answer I've never said before. 30-30 repeater. And havoc. See, these are answers I would never have given you before. The baldness tier list? I don't think you can tier list the bald. Apex weapons tier. I think Apex does have a weapons tier list, but they do have like an official tier list because of like the official like meta weapons. I'm not like, you know, I can't really like, you know, make a good one from that. Triple take a wingman. Oh yeah, okay, fine. Okay, Gabriel, you're right. Okay, fine. The one weapon which I still love and I still do, number one, guys, it's the triple take. My favorite weapon is the triple take. Okay, so thank you. Sorry, guys. You know me more than I know myself. Oh my god. W Chips. Wow, you've changed. No, I haven't changed. Bitch likes Turbo Devotion. Okay, I had a phase. I had a very long running phase where I loved the Turbo Devo. Like I said Turbo Devo. The Turbo Devo. I had a very long running phase. Okay, fine. Favorite weapons. Favorite weapon. Weapons. Sorry, I just remember the French guy. My favorite weapon is triple take. Thank you, Chips. You know me. You clearly know me more than I know myself. Thank you very much. Right. Do you remember the Devo phase? I've had the Devo phase like for years though. My friends just remind me saying, Devo, I want a devotion. I have so many different Apex friend groups, and the one thing they remember about me is devotion. I need more bullets. Heavy weapons. Okay, sorry. Why did you remind me? Wait, can you, Zaku, are you able to like do that for us? In your French accent? Guys, we heard Zaku say meow in a French accent. It was so cursed. What is your favorite weapon? Weapon. Oh my god. Katakana is so cursed. Everything changed after she cheated in Marvel Rivals. Actually, no. I was kind of off and off with Apex for a while. I loved Turbo Devo, but it got nerfed a lot semi-recently. Now they've changed it so you can get the hop up, the turbocharger, just by building damage on the gun. How do you even start Apexing the Legends? Those are good questions. See? Those are good questions. Thank you, Wowie. So, actually, I played the hit game Titanfall 2 by Respawn, and I really enjoyed it. I loved it. And then Apex Legends came out, and they basically dumped Titanfall 2 into the water, so had no choice but to play Apex. That's how I started playing it. And yeah, it was history since then. So, before we finish today, I do want to quickly twiddle my fingers, and twirls my hair and vomits cutely. Can you please perhaps like and comment my short on the short, the Orphans of Namida one, and perhaps retweet and comment and like and the one my Orphans of Namida tweet, twiddles fingers, blushes and kicks feet and vomits and cutely. Can you guys do that, please? I would really appreciate it. Thank you for the perfect Japanglish accent. Do you want me to do the proper Japanglish accent? I can't do it. What is your favorite weapon? Actually, I don't have the accent. I don't think I can do it. I can't. The games where the Titans fell. Titanfall 2 had way too much movement for my tiny brain, but I think the movement tech is what made it fun. Anyway, I will go find someone to raid. Let's see. Who should we raid into? Oh, I see Kira Lily. Let's raid into Lily. I need to meet Lily again. I've been so busy. I haven't seen anyone. Like even my friend Cunny, who I see pretty frequently. I haven't been meeting up with her for a while because it's just I see her like every week. It's just been so busy, so many deadlines. Hold on, I'm gonna raid into Lily. I really hope I can meet Lily again soon. Lily's so sweet. She's so hardworking. She's actually a very inspirational person. She's just incredibly hardworking. Alright guys, so thank you so much for joining me in today's stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the yap and the pre-Maro yap and also the Maro yapping. Thanks for the stream. Kai, were you here the whole time? I thought you just came in at the end. I hope you guys enjoyed hearing some of the answers and perhaps, I don't know, perhaps like found some source of solace in what I was saying. I don't know. Again, like, I'm not like some big influencer or whatever, but I do hope to like at least show that not everything is bad. Even if you're going through a bad situation, things don't have to be, it's not the end of the world. And even if you feel like you don't have anyone, I'm here. I'm here, guys, as long as you pressure me to stream every day, all the time. I'm here, guys. you can be comfortable here. Hello, I can't read your name, it's Korean. I tried to teach myself how to read Korean. It's actually not, their alphabet system or their writing system is actually very good. You can actually learn how to read easily, but I was too lazy. Right, Dubbyfish, 5 Mountain House right now. Dance. Inev. Is it not like 7 o'clock in the morning or something for you? 5 o'clock, okay, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning for you. I will not be streaming for another 5 hours because you guys need to go to bed. And we also have a watch-along soon. I've got to sleep before the watch-along. So I've only got about 2-3 hours before I have to go to bed. Prepare for the watch-along. I heard it was made to be really easy to learn read Korean. Yeah, because they had like low education or something. So when they made the alphabet, they made it so it's easy so anyone can learn how to read and write, which is really cool. It's so good. All languages should be like that. Might as well not just not sleep. No, go to bed, guys. You've still got time. It's about 10 hours, so you've got about 6-7 hours to sleep. So go to sleep now, so we can all meet up again to watch Unbodied Orphans. You don't want to go to bed. Where are you from, Litrick? Kind of Litwick. Midnight for you, Kitsune? Is it midnight for Americans right now? Anyway, Buh. Buddy, did you just get here? Buddy's like, buh. Buddy, I was about to end. Buddy, I hope you've been well. Thank you for showing signs of life. We miss you, buddy! Survive! Be alive! Not for West Coast? What time is it in West Coast? Are you serious? I'm so sorry. I'm so serious right now. Buddy! You are EDT. Why are you here in PDT times? This is PDT prime time. Yeah, exactly. There we go. West Coast time. We're in PDT. What are you doing in PDT prime? He's working hard. He is. A lot of you guys are working hard. And I just want to say thanks for working so hard. I don't know if people say thanks to you. In Japan, people say otsukare-sama, right? So I make a habit of saying otsukare-sama to someone who's like, say, delivery drivers or whatever, because I feel like lots of people work hard and no one's recognizing it. And you guys deserve a big fat otsukare-sama, you know, to you guys. Thank you for working so hard. And thank you for watching me today and supporting me for so far. Positive affirmations, that's not me. Guys, I'm incapable of doing positive affirmations. I'm just trying to, you know, say, I see you guys, I recognize you guys, and thanks for working so hard. I'm not trying to be motivational or, like, you know, positive affirmations or anything. I feel like I'm really bad at that, but I do want to say that I'm grateful to you guys still. Yeah, work at 9, you should be doing your Uma dailies. Should you be doing your Uma dailies or should you be going to sleep? You catch the board. I'm sorry, buddy, but we are going to be raiding into Miss Lily, so I hope you guys enjoy Lily. She's playing Silent Hill F. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a few hours. So I've got so much stuff to do, guys. I've got so many deadlines. I actually don't want to stop streaming because I want to avoid doing work, but I have to do it. 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 Also, I'm really hungry. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. And I'll see you, if you are a membership, Overclock membership, I'll see you for the watch-along in a few hours. And if not, then I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. What am I doing tomorrow? I haven't posted my schedule yet, have I? No, tomorrow I guess no, tomorrow for you guys is supposed to be the watch along. Alright. For those who are not going to be in the watch along, I'll see you on Monday for Dead by Daylight. Monday evening, Dead by Daylight. Alright guys, it's time to finish this. Otsu... Trigger!